All right. There we go.
Wooly, I'm old. I'm older.
Do you feel it?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Well,
do.
happy belated. Enjoy those new cracks and creaks.
Creaks and cracks.
Have you heard
It's
your
all,
body make noise yet?
yeah, it's just going like that at pretty much all times.
Have you ever heard like audibly through the ears a noise of something inside?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, those are
Like
not
I can't
fun.
I can't tell what it is. It
Yeah.
sounds it sounds like my bones creaking, but I'm not moving.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
It's not great cuz like there's a sound you hear inside your body when you're like, "Ooh, I can hear like a little bone cricking or a little, thud, dull." But there's times when if you've ever like cracked or fallen off you cracked an ankle or cracked a bone or cracked something by falling, you hear it outside and inside at the same time, and it's just a louder, like more visceral thing. And yeah, there's times where like the spine or like the hip will just kind of make a little like, ooh, I heard that with my ears, not just my inside, like
I
vibration
think
feeling.
I think the biggest change is like over the past 6 months, I've been getting into bed and getting into bed. I'm like, oh, like I'm like getting into the bed is just like, oh yeah, man, this is what I was looking forward to. Oh yeah, just let me die.
Hmm. It's interesting because I've as a part of this program, I've been like experimenting with different types of like, okay, what type of regular day that's like more or less healthy do I want to try to have?
Hmm.
And there have been um so there's a regimen I have to follow that involves like uh low, like try to not use too much energy in a given day and try to hit below a certain intake, and then there are days when like that's increased. um
Hmm.
and when I was kind of doing it on my own a little bit before the program started, it was I kind of realized that like, oh, like by going out and moving a bunch, spending a bunch of energy, and then taking in a bunch when you're eating, like you feel way better than if you start restricting all that, like low
Hmm.
movement, low intake, because there's a part of this program where I started basically doing less exercise but eating less as well, and the
Yeah.
amount of weight loss has been proportional, but
Hmm.
my body feels more stiff and awkward, and like I have to
Use it or lose it,
get
bro.
up and stretch more and shit. And it's like, oh yeah, like even if you're like going down the same weight loss trajectory, if you're not doing it with enough physical activity, you're gonna feel more stiff regardless. Like that's gonna come back and you're not gonna feel great. So yeah, that's a lesson, is keep using it to stave off the inevitable, which is that hip exploding at some point.
I think my hips are okay, but I think it's my brain that'll go first. Regardless, ugh, old. Moving on. What's up with you, man?
Well, speaking of movement, I sure had a good opportunity to do a bunch of that yesterday because, um, yeah, a friend was celebrating a birthday, so went out to hang out with Punch Mom's crew, and
Mm-hmm.
we went to a uh, Nerf outing. So it's like like Nerf gun,
It's not painful.
tag.
It's less painful, man.
So that was the first part of the day, and that was like, oh, that was fun, shooting some different types of Nerf guns, and like the crazy dudes that work there had their own modified like ones that
Bullshit.
yeah, so they come like they're like, oh yeah, so this is basically this isn't street legal, but it's got a feed chamber and an automatic thing, and it goes and you can basically get a feed drum for it, and yeah, madness, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, these Nerf like dudes are going hard. That's cool. And then the second half of that was let's now switch over to combat archery. Do you know anything about combat archery?
I maybe I'm a fucking fool, but I assumed all archery was combat archery due to the bow and arrow being a weapon.
So, yeah, I suppose, but I mean, there's the main difference, I suppose, is you can do archery where everyone's on one side and the targets are on the other, or you can do archery where you're facing each other and you are the targets. So when
Wait, so you and Punch Mom shot arrows at each other?
yeah,
Real arrows?
I mean, they're not real in the sense that there's no blade on the tip, there's no arrowhead, but it's got a large rubber thing that hits, oof, that like leaves bruises. And it's, well, so here's the, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how combat archery goes. Everyone is like, oh wow, fun Nerf, and like I did a little tuck and roll over a barrier, and had some fun shooting, and everyone was doing that. And then combat archery starts, and then the sound of the arrow missing you and slamming against the wall behind you sobers you the fuck up, and you go, holy fucking shit, this is a full extension, full release, bam, massive bruising like punch that is flying at you.
Oh.
And about 2 games in, immediately shot in the fucking balls, just straight to the junk. I go down, I'm out. That's gonna take me out for the rest of that game. You've got visors, but they're if you've ever been to paintball, you've got the regular
visors. Don't do shit. They protect your eye from literally exploding, so that's cool.
They're more of a liability because they fog up way too much for you to be able to see anything, as anyone who paintballs knows. And you can get the anti-fog ones, which usually you have to pay more for at paintball places. This place, they just had the foggy, you can barely see after 5 minutes goggles. So in any case, that shit hits you right in the fucking frankenbeans, and you're done. That's that. I came back out after, like, I sat the rest of that one out and took a water and walked it off, and it sucks. And then I came back in, that entirely fucking terrifying with how hard and how fast these things are flying at you. Someone else gets hit in the tit, and similarly kind of goes like down. It's like, this is scary and kind of hurts, and it's less than a paintball, but it's like, I would say it splits the difference between that and like a hard Nerf hit, which is like nothing,
Yeah.
So
like, I'm just sitting here, I'm like, Wooly, if that was a regular arrow, like a piercing or bladed arrow, you wouldn't have been hit in the nuts because you would have been so scared of being hit in the nuts with the arrow. You would have done a much cooler, bigger move to get out of the way. You just weren't motivated enough.
Yeah, well, the problem also is that it's a bit easier to do a tuck and roll with a smaller Nerf gun than it is with a bow and arrow, which can break, which can snap, and which has a very detailed instructional process on how to not fuck around with it, because there's a million things that go wrong. If you dry fire,
don't do anything cool while holding this bow.
If you rest it on the ground and not on a surface, or at least on your foot, it can damage the bow. If it flips over, it can damage like, there's a million things. If you pull it in the wrong spot, don't release in the wrong spot. If you knock it incorrectly, yada yada. There's so many things that can break about it that it's just like, don't fuck around. So in any case, we played, and then some of the games too were like, okay, there was one where it's like, okay, infected, so when you take a hit, you switch sides until there's like an extremely unfair amount of people on one team, and then one person just like cowering in a corner, getting pelted with
Are these
arrows.
like out rules, or is these like, ow, I don't want to do it, ow?
These are the rules that the place used for their combat archery. This is how they roll. They're like, we start with the game. It's the first game's infected. Then there's like, okay, someone gets a shield and you can be like a healer that can block, and and so like that's kind of cool. And there's a bit of a rule to where like if an arrow hits somebody and you catch it, the person who shot it is out, so you can actually like be a bit more like cavalier with your with trying to save people, but it doesn't stop them from taking the hit and going fuck, in any case. And that kind of continued, and then there was a King of the Hill game which involved, as you know, King of the Hills, back and forth, gotta put a pylon on for your team, put the flag down and yada yada, and that can just build up and build up and build up, and everyone's exhausted and gassed, picking up arrows on the ground while trying to not get shot, while trying to knock, and everything is just, it's a lot. It's insanely cardio intensive, and it sucks to just be taking those hits as well at the same time. And then an arrow hit one of our friends right in the neck, and she goes down, and that's just the end of the activity.
Like down, or like
down. Like no, down, or hurt bad, not good, right? Because you have eye protection, face mask protection, but everything else is open and exposed. And as we learned very quickly, my fucking nuts and someone's boob it hurts. It's not great. And then, you get hit in the neck, obviously, and that's also a major injury. And so, I don't have any bruises. Punch Mom has a few for sure. And
you sure your nuts ain't bruised?
They appear to be okay. But we had to like wrap up, and like she had to get ice for her neck, and not Punch Mom, but
good old
the
ice.
friend who got shot. And it was just like, like if you're going to paintball, right, which I've done before. I haven't done airsoft, but you know how to dress up. You put a couple layers on.
Yeah, you wear like sweatpants and sweatshirt and blah blah blah.
And then you get some overalls while you're there, which are also pretty thick, and you can take the hit and you feel it, but it like like a really like direct spot one it'll leave a bruise the next day, and you'll see it. But at the same time, like in this, we were just in like whatever kind of street clothing, with zero padding whatsoever. So like, that shit fucking is pretty goddamn dangerous. And you sign your waiver at the beginning to be like,
nah, it's not our fault.
Yeah,
it's not my problem.
Everyone signs one of those, but like, to be perfectly honest, you kind of should be wearing a little bit more protection here. A cup, for sure. A little something for your neck, just something for the tender areas that like can get fucked up, because like, these things are really flying at you. And again, it just, the difference between having the padding and the clothing I did when I went to paintball versus not is enough to, fucking scare the shit out of you with some of this. So, just a fair warning. It can be fun, but also that,
Imagine how cool it would have been if you guys got stuck with arrows. It would have been so cool. Then you'd have an arrow scar in your balls. Think of the story.
Like, if there was a way to like have an arrow that like tags into your clothing, like, or into like, if you're wearing like something that can like, like it just like stick to you or so and like mark you, but not impale. That would be a bit more fun.
You could do that with like a sticker, like or like a suction cup or something.
I don't know. It'd be fun. But as it stands, this is just a full pull. They're not like fucking composite longbows or anything. We're not doing an 80-pound pull like riding on horseback or anything. But you were still doing like a goddamn, a full-on a full pull and release is like, that shit's it's the it's the strength of like a really good overhand right to the body, you know what I mean? Like to the head or a hook to the body. Like it feels like a hard punch, probably with like 12-ounce gloves or so.
So like, I guess one of the things that I haven't picked up on, and I just realized, like, the way you're describing it is like really somewhat accurate for, like, I would assume that firing a bow and arrow was actually like fairly difficult to hit a human-sized target. Like, is it?
Yeah. It's hard. It's not easy. You're using the sights, which are just like there's a little like groove in where you when you knock the arrow and then you pull it back. But it actually, like, if you don't have a clean shot, you see the arrow trying to kind of waver off and arc down and stuff. It's difficult to hit a moving target. Yeah, I'd say so.
But like, you guys were like what like, say out of every arrow you fired, what was the chance that you were actually going to hit somebody?
So the thing is from all the way back from one side of the field to the other, like you could hit somebody, but it was way harder from to hit that small of a target. I would say, like, if there's a couple of places where you can run up to like within 10 feet, and like at that point,
anybody get hit.
Yeah, you're getting hit, right?
Well,
you go.
Here's the part where it kind of breaks for me. I'm like, if shooting somebody with bow and arrow is hard, right? Like way harder than paintball. Would you say that?
Yeah.
Like
definitely.
if you're getting within 10 feet, then why not just skip the step and just give you like a big foam bat?
We had foam axes.
Get out of here! Yeah.
And if you wanted to, you could throw a foam axe at somebody, and if it hits them and they don't catch it, they're out. But if they catch it, then you're out.
Well, when you say throw, can my throw be 1 foot away and I don't let go of it?
No, because you're not actually allowed to get that close to their side. There's a no man's land of about 10 feet, and then like you can cross it to get your stuff.
This is kind of coming together in my head.
So there's your side, there's their side, there's a no man's land in the middle, and you cannot actually cross onto their side. And at a certain point, it's dodgeball rules, right? At a certain point, I was certainly tired enough, and I was too done with picking up arrows to bother. So I just had the shield. I was the healer, and I was like, I'm just going shield, and I'm grabbing axes, and I'm tomahawking these at fuckers, And that was my game for a while, because in paintball you can like glove hit away like bullets if you're fucking sick. And you're
willing to bust your hand.
Yeah, if you're willing to. Well, I mean, that there's a glove for it, right? But with the shield, I'm super down to parry arrows all day, right? Like, let's do it. So there was a game where you both had a cone at the back of the field, and when it was down, nobody would heal anymore, type of thing. And while it was up, people could heal after 5 seconds. So one person's job was to parry the arrows as they were and defend the cone while everyone else was shooting the opponents. And I took that role on. Fuck it, I'm gonna Reinhardt. I don't care, With the shield, I'm super down to play that version of the game where I deflected a couple and I absolutely tomahawk some people. If you shoot too high, it's too easy to catch. You're playing risky, so you got to hit them in the legs, So I was enjoying that part of it. In fact, by the end of the night, like a couple of us were like, man, can we just play shields and axes next time? Because like that was a little less brutal, and also like it didn't involve the constant bending over, picking up, and being out in the open.
I feel like this conversation is like very slowly creating the, like, what I would really love to do as an adult is play a game of dodgeball with a bunch of other adults.
Sure. Play dodgeball, essentially. Yeah. And then you're also getting into LARPing territory.
Yeah. And the other thing is that I remember, I don't know if this ever happened to you, but do you ever go down to the laser tag on St. Catherine?
Yeah, many times. Yeah.
Okay. So I went down there a couple times, and depending on like, sometimes they tell you, and other times they didn't. Like, but I remember once I went when I was like 10, and they were like looking us dead in the eyes of our soul and being like, "Do not hit people with your gun. Do not like in that way that that can only mean that the group before you was clearly hitting people with their guns."
And that made no difference whatsoever to
No, you still hit people with your gun.
my crazy fucking cousin. If he saw me, he was just swinging.
If they got too close to you, what are you gonna do? Back off? No, hit him.
Multiple times I shot him and he was eliminated, and he was pissed off because he was in the recharging phase, and he just fucking swung his gun at me. So yeah,
that's man.
Dude fucking just gave no shits. That's the way it worked. And you know, there'd be like no hitting and no crawling, you know, but like, yeah. Like,
and don't hold your gun like this in front of your chest, so that and then hold your hand on the gun so you cover all the sensors.
It's interesting because they if you cover your chest and you have your gun pointed out there that way, like that's why they made the gun itself a target.
Yeah, but then you can bring tape.
Oh,
tape on your gun.
Come on. Oh my God. If you bring fucking tape to Laser Quest,
nah, man, I'm not out. No,
that
shut
is
up.
the saddest shit in the world.
So
it's
God. Funny because like, do you remember being? Did you ever play like water? You know, like Super Soaker shit,
yeah.
Right? Like and Nerf shit, and it's like whenever you played with kids that weren't part of your immediate family, like one like siblings or closer, right? You would always run into the fucking situation. Like, let's say Eric, you blasted Eric's eyes out of his face with the Super Soaker. He's like, "No, it didn't fucking didn't count. And like, it would eventually escalate and escalate and escalate until we can't play anymore because now kids are like trying to fight. And it's like, why you gotta be like that, Eric?
The thing I feel though, like Super Soakers were way more fun, but they also didn't have a rule, because it was just your goal is to just soak the other person, and then you're all like, we're wet, so you can just kind of take it and mess around and try to dodge the shots. But
the Nerf gun shit of watching something bounce right off somebody and them go, that didn't hit me.
Yeah, so the thing that you need an honor system in play, and with Nerf, like to me Nerf is it's not as fun as Super Soakers, but at least there's a point where like you're like, oh, okay, you got tagged, right? But if they're assholes and they're like, no, then they just fucking don't play along, and you're like, well, why are we even playing this game?
Are we playing it so that you can win, and because your dad won't let you use the computer because you spent your credit card on Valorant aimbots?
I'm trying to remember what it was, but there was one Christmas where because we liked the laser tag, we played Laser Quest, and then there was another place out in Laval called Qzar, and it was shittier because their game type was like, it was so stupid. It was like you had limited shots, and you had to run back to your base to recharge your gun on a wall to then get your shots back, and it was terrible. It was so stupid. Like it was. They thought it would be more fun to have this ammo system, but it fucking just slowed everything down. And anyway, whatever. So that version of it was lame. But we kind of were like, yo, like there's now these home laser tag things you can buy, right? And I forget the names of them, but there was like a couple of them that were just like, yeah, you buy the chest and you buy a shooter, and then you can get like a tag set and you can play. And I was like, oh fuck, let's do that. And so we kind of like wanted to get that for Christmas, and we got it one year. But it wasn't like, there was like the big brand name one, and I forget the name of that one, but then that one was like super expensive, so we got like the fucking second tier, and the second tier one would constantly ping, so that you could never really hide or sneak up on anybody. Every 5 seconds it went ding, and it was just like, why would you ruin this, you know? The fucking off-brand laser. And then it became so unfun to just constantly hear somebody sneaking up on you in the house or in the backyard or whatever, that were like, fuck this, we're just gonna do the target practice thing where you put the targets up and shoot it, and then we're like,
Yeah.
return it, this is garbage. And we exchanged it for something, I forget what, like something video game related probably. Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, like at that point, like, let's just go back to water balloons.
It basically, yes, absolutely. We had tons of water balloon fights at church that were fun. But anyway, all of this is just to say that like the archery level of this is like, I've never done it, so it was a curiosity. I was like, yeah, let's try this out. And like, there's a cool feeling to like pulling back and releasing and actually hitting a bullseye. Like that's a very super cool thing. But I definitely am just like, I don't have the ability to do this under pressure, under fire, high stress environment and actually land and hit anything. And neither did anyone else there for that matter, you know. So I would say like for every 20 shots that were loosed, one would hit somebody, you know what I mean? Like it's pretty low accuracy. Eventually I kind of was just like, fuck this, I'm gonna push up and try to fight within the 20 feet to 10 feet range of people, because that's the only way these games are gonna end.
Closer, just closer. Yeah. And eventually it's just like, what if I shot you from 2 inches away?
Yes, right? At which point you can jump, and if one hits you, I had one hit me in the leg, and it was kind of like, oh, can I catch it? You know, if it's a decent enough bounce.
If you catch it before it hits the ground, does that count?
If you catch it before it hits the ground, you are not out. Dodgeball rules.
That rules.
You can catch it in midair, or it can hit you, and then you can catch it.
I guess that wouldn't work with the regular arrow, because like then if a regular arrow, you'd catch it
or die.
No. I mean, like if it hits you, you don't have to do anything because you caught it.
Oh, it's in. Yes, exactly. And then if it hits someone else, and then you try to catch it and you fail and it hits you and then hits the ground, you're both out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, it's a type of activity that's like, yeah, it's fun, but caveat, stipulations. Wear some fucking protection. Bring a cup. Bring a neck protector. Bring some knee and elbow pads, probably.
It's funny that you mention and you tell this story with this kind of caveat, like after I start the podcast with like, I'm old. I'm almost 40. Because like, I remember when I went to paintball, the last time I went to paintball, I was like 26, I want to say. I think I went with you. And like some of us got fucked up, and we dealt with people that like would just keep shooting you over and over because of that big public thing. Right?
Was it outdoors?
Yeah, it was outdoors. It's like we had to drive for a couple hours to get there.
Yeah. That's where I did the solid snake roll into a trench.
Right, and like you'd see those motherfuckers with the custom like shit that would just shoot you like 10 times. You're like, you got me, and then they would just shoot you again, and like. Yeah, you'd be covered in bruises. And I remember, like, back then, like, I'm in my 20s, like, man, who gives a shit? That was awesome. Ow, my hurts. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? And now you're like, oh, man, you got to be careful, man. You could get a nasty bruise. Ooh. And I'm like, I would probably be saying the same thing if I had also gone.
Dude, I mean, the games ended because of injuries. That's, like, we didn't make it to the bell because
the time is over.
Hurt.
It's done now.
Yeah. No, I remember that paintball of youth. What was it? It was the game where I was like carrying the football or whatever. I was like the flag, the VIP. Oh, protect the president with the briefcase, I think.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And I remember like I was running through the forest area, and like at one point it just like there was like 3 or so people all like grouped up just going and I'm like running past, and I hit a branch and tripped and started to stumble, and then there was like a trench opening right in front, so while stumbling I just head over flipped and full on solid snake tumble into the trench and got to safety. And like they're like, dude, that was fucking insane, was that intentional? And I'm like,
and you're like, yeah, absolutely.
Mostly.
It was absolutely, completely intentional.
That was mostly intentional. You know? It was one of those mistakes into miracles type situation, you know? But I didn't know how far the trench was. If it went a little bit less shallow than I thought, that would have been my head going down, at which point, end of Wooly. So, you know. Calculated
You're
risks.
young in this story. You would have survived.
A neck break, absolutely.
Yeah, totally. People survive that all the time.
Yeah. So combat archery. You go in knowing that that's what you're gonna need. Also, I want to do it again, but I want to just kind of aim at a bullseye and just see how my aiming is really.
You just want to go to a driving range for archery.
Yes, exactly. Because I did that for axe throwing, and it was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
With the exception of the times when the axe bounces off the wood and comes flying right back at you.
You get to have that feeling in your chest of like, is this the stupid thing that's going to kill me?
That's all it was, really? I mean, after all this that time and effort, I
didn't fall off a mountain or get run over by a bus. It's just like I threw an axe at my own self, and oh, great. Well, yeah, okay, sure.
Good job getting in shape, idiot. Now get fucking impaled. Nice.
Well, now
nice
you're going to be in
jobs.
a slightly different shape.
Yeah. So no, an archery range would be fun, but I don't think I'm gonna be doing combat archery again.
This is the start. This week is the start of us saying, "Oh, we went out and did something. Ooh, cool. Oh, my bones don't agree with it. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's tough.
What it is." And so after that, it was like, all right, the injured girl unfortunately had to go home and nurse that ice, and it was still someone's birthday, so they're like, all right, well, the second half of this was let's go play the board games at the board game bar.
Yeah.
So, that was cool. And while we were there, I tried out 2 board games that were pretty all right. One of which is D&D Dungeon Mayhem. It's
okay.
Called. So
is that Dungeons and Dragons?
That's correct.
As of the Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons and Dragons?
That's correct. Fortunately, I was able to make it through and play this game without any Pinkertons showing up.
But we'll talk about that in a little bit.
But it's a pretty simple game, and it was kind of interesting in that the basic point is everyone has a character deck. You sit down at a table with as many people as possible. In this case, we were a group of 10, so it was a fairly large group. And you have a bunch of moves that your character can do, and then you can attack to the left or to the right of you. And your goal is to survive. It's just a quick little take out your opponent's card game. Occasionally, some moves affect the table or let you pick a target. Some of them are goofy, like some of them are like you pull out a treasure and you pick 2 people and they have to dance, and if they dance then they can get one too or whatever. But I would want that to involve you having to approve whether or not their heart was in the dance or not. Anyways,
it's not.
But it's clearly not. It's angry.
It's not.
Invader Zim fucking dancing, pissed off. Or take compliments from people or whatever. There was another situation like that. But whatever. No, the point is, though, you kind of pick a D&D class, right? So there's a wizard, there's a barbarian, there's, a bunch of just typical sort of, rogue, paladin, yada, yada. And
the usual.
Exactly. And you kind of simplify the process where you're like, okay, I played the barbarian, so it's like a barbarian orc lady who... She had like a bunch of damage attacks she could do. You could shield from other people incoming damage, pull a card, do a special moves like life recovery or so. And then eventually you pull out a super, and then you can a super would be like swap with someone else, force everyone to reshuffle, yada yada. In my case, it was attack everybody for 1 damage and then heal 1 damage for everyone else at the table type of thing. So,
that's great.
Yeah, stuff like that. It is pretty simple and fun. But what was cool was so the different classes had like different balancing aspects to them. Like the obviously the paladin could block a lot, and the barbarian was all about the attack. But it had like expansions for different D&D things, so it would go into like the monsters as well. So they brought out like a beholder. There's like a dragon. There's a bunch of different typical D&D class monsters as well from a monsters manual that expanded. And then further expansions include Baldur's Gate stuff.
Okay.
So like there's Baldur's Gate characters that you could play as well that I
was Minsk there?
I don't know. I can't really speak to any of that content, but it's called D&D Dungeon Mayhem, and you can go look up the
I'm gonna go
Baldur's
look
Gate
that
content
up.
for yourself. Um,
There's only like oh, there's 2 characters only. It's
okay.
Minsk and fucking and Jaheira. Yeah, those are the only 2 that anyone gives a shit about.
Okay. Is there anyone else that should be there?
No, no one
Okay.
gives a fuck.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So it's a fun little quick, table card game for a group, and doesn't take too long to explain. So very normie friendly as well. It was cool. And then the girl to my left was like really good at. She was like super. She had the game and knew everything about it. And like while they were explaining how to play, she's like, actually, this is how you play, and this is that, and corrected a few things. So I was like, okay, let's see this. And watching that come down was like, oh, there was a point where she played. You know the infamous crazy risk combo situation, or like
Mhm.
yeah, she played a card that was like an attack, and then it draws another card, which then lets another thing continue, which then lets another, and she did like 7 actions in a row that just fucked up everybody and killed me. And I was like, okay, like there is a strategy to this if you know your deck. Um, that's pretty fun.
Disgusting combo decks infiltrating fucking D&D. Ugh.
Sure. And
I
that
love combo decks.
big combo was pretty impressive, and it actually reminded me a bit of playing Yomi, uh, in that you like if you know your character well enough, you can kind of hope for like you can fish for certain extra cards, and then once you have them, initiate a plan that can like sweep the board. So yeah, it was that's a pretty fun game. I'd recommend. And then another one was I only played I watched one game of this. It was on the way out, but pretty simple and pretty good. Basic concept. It's called Just One,
Mm-hmm.
and all it is
Um,
everybody um,
oh God, that
e-
sounds tough.
everybody sits at the table, and one person is the whoever's turn it is. There's a word that they have to guess that they're not allowed to see, that everyone else at the
Mm-hmm.
table can see, and everyone has to write down a clue about that word.
Uh-huh.
But if 2 people write down the same clue, then both of their clues get erased,
This
and
is
that's
the good
it.
old fashioned slap the fucking character or thing to your fucking face.
That's it.
And
It's such a simple concept.
but with a rule that makes it a million times tougher.
Uh-huh. If you are too obvious about what you pick, the most obvious and therefore most helpful rule clue is gonna get erased.
So
And if you
like if the one that I always think of is King Kong, and like 9 times out of 10 someone would say climbs the Empire State Building
okay,
because you would immediately know it was King Kong, and then those would all get written out,
yeah,
right?
I don't know if you can say that many words. I don't think you're allowed to. I think you have to kind of
Okay.
only say one word, you know. But um, but for example, like the first word was painting, and then immediately 2 people wrote canvas,
Mm-hmm.
and that got erased, and then immediately someone else wrote Mona Lisa, and I was like, I would have wrote Mona Lisa as well. Those would be erased, and then your only thing to go off of would be the one other thing, which might just be like artwork. Like it just um
Yeah, that's a little.
it's and so you have to second guess when you're like, okay, who's gonna say the most obvious thing? Everybody is like, let's not say the obvious, let's all go to the second most obvious. And so you're
So
kind
it's
of
it.
Family Feud,
So you're
right?
trying to create a situation where somebody's trying to guess, but with only stupid ass obscure bullshit.
Something, and like, but like it has to convey the right thing to the person who will get it, because if you get 2 inside, they're not going to get it anyway, you know. So again, it's like that Family Feud thing, but you want to use the lower ranking
Mm-hmm.
answers, and the other person has to be able to guess them, you know. Yeah, so that was a pretty fun game, and I could see like the more complex the word, right, the more like bullshit and
So
heated
what's a
this could
complex
become.
word that you actually encountered?
Oh no, so like I said, I only got to experience that one round right before we
Oh,
were
the one where
leaving,
okay. Yeah.
and it was
So
painting.
what was the it was paint. Okay, that was the
Yeah,
example. Okay.
you know, um, but like yeah, if you had to like if you had to get anything a little too specific, if the word was like overpass,
Tough.
yeah, right. What are you gonna write for overpass, right? Not an underpass. Like what? Like
Yeah, and everyone gets I'd be like, trucks go under?
too many words.
How many words can wait? How many words can I use?
I think you're kind of only allowed to use one.
That's
So I think two is okay if it's like an like Mona Lisa, like a name of something like that. But I don't know that you're allowed to really use two words as in like a partial sentence. So
tough.
yeah. So everyone says bridge. Guess what? The word bridge gets erased.
Oh no.
Clearance. Okay, that might work. But what does the clearance can be a lot of things. Clearance can be a
out
sale.
of context is could mean a lot.
Yeah. Parkway, sure. But Passover, as in like the Hebrew holiday? Like what do you
if you said Passover, I'd be like
yeah.
Religion?
So right off the bat, it's like I said, it's hard, and I was like, I saw the potential in that concept right away. I'm like, ooh, that can get the juices flowing, And then of course, yelling at the person afterwards, going, "How did you not get it? What else could this be?" Whatever. Language-based games where things can get heated right away, are the ones that like pique my interest. I like that. And I also like, so when I was playing D&D Mayhem as well, like between rounds, a lot of shit talk going on. People try to bargain, make deals to the left and to the right. I like that.
Yeah.
I like when there's, where you can kind of lawyer up your situation. It's like the two versions of Cards Against Humanity, right? The official lame rules or the fun rules. The way I learned how to play that game was whoever's turn it is puts down the black card, and then everyone takes their turn matching it, and then you go around the table, and then everyone matches it and does their thing, and whoever they pick is the winner, and whatever's funniest. But the official rule set is actually you're supposed to blind pile them together and then shuffle, and then the person whose turn it is blind picks the winning card with no talking. And it's like, oh, that's so much.
Nah.
That's that's a way of protecting shy people that don't want to say anything. So I get it, but that's also a way less fun game.
Like if you want to, you want the ultimate. Like there's two ways to play Monopoly: the way that the rules say, and then the ways that everybody actually plays. Yeah. And like one of those is faster and a better way to play, but it's also like vindictive and mean and cruel, and like that's the point of Monopoly.
It's the point. It's the reason why it was created.
AKA the renter's game. Sorry, the landlord's game. So like after two full circuits of the board in Monopoly, you're not supposed to just keep rotating around the board and fucking like seeing who picks up what. You're supposed to auction off the entire rest of the board for whoever can pay for it, and keep doing that every turn of the board, so that the whole thing fills up with houses and hotels like instantly, and people start going fucking broke. And you start screaming at your dad because like, this is bullshit. Why do you have a hotel on the purples? These things are trash, but I'm dying. I keep this fucking workers, god damn it.
It's supposed to become a real estate nightmare instantly, and you're supposed to have projects and fucking set up like right around the second or third turn. Exactly. So the fucking official rules, what I remember like sitting to play with a group that wanted to use those rules, and I was like, wait, you guys don't play your card down and then like talk about it and fucking have fun and drink and enjoy a social thing?
Because a lot of people don't have the improvisational gift of gab, and so that puts them on the spot and becomes really awkward when they put down a card that's like some horrible nightmare shit that they don't want to talk about. Pieces of human garbage like you or me or my wife who just talk about horrible things and farts all the time. Whatever. Who gives a shit?
It was so much infinitely less fun to just sit there silently and go, ooh, tee-hee, that was my card. You know,
it was my card was the dick one.
Yeah. Instead of laying down the bigger, blacker dick, and then, like, it's a bigger, shinier silver card. It's sticking up out of the pile, mind you. And then talking about it. Anyways, so, yeah, just one. Pretty fun. Decent as far as little board games go. Okay, so what else? Did some physical bullshit. Did some imaginary bullshit. Yeah, and then of course
our weeks are always imaginary bullshit.
Yes, every once in a while they get real. And then of course there was the big old Street Fighter 6 stuff, right?
Yes. So do you want to talk about the stuff they showed in the thing during news, or do you just want to just roll that whole thing into this?
Yeah, anytime there's a significant subject, I mean, you know, it makes sense to just...
So that was part of the presentation.
Exactly. So that just go through it at this point up front. I mean, they first had the live presentation. Shout outs to Gerard and Susie for doing the pre-show. They
way better than the last one that they had. So I don't know. You probably did not watch the pre-show that they had that had Susie and Runeby, and it also had two Capcom rep people. It was kind of awkward, and it felt like Susie and Runeby couldn't just do their influencer thing. It felt like somewhat scripted. Whereas this pre-show with Gerard and Susie, they got to sit in their setups and get their cameras as they usually would and just do their thing. So it was like fine. It was totally normal and like exactly what I would have expected.
Yeah. They showed off a Blanca statue, which confused the shit out of me because of all the pics. Why? Like, I'm sitting here right now, right? I'm not somebody who's gonna tell. Blanca is a weird pick for merch. I don't get it, right? I have this.
What do you got?
Blanca Chan. This makes sense, right? It's the cute new form of Blanca, shithead. Right? It's great. You fucking pull it out, you electrocute it, you toss it up, and then he's an attack, and then you can do a cross up. That makes sense. Actual real Blanca is such a weird pick because I'm like, that's not the kind of character that is gonna represent the franchise in a way that enough people are interested.
You know what it is? It's so they know who to send Pinkertons to.
Oh, when they come knocking on the door, right?
So they're like, "Did you order a Blanca doll?" Okay, so now we know where the Blanca players live
because it's a realistic, detailed Blanca. And it's not even the new design; it's the old one. It's
that is by far the weirdest part.
And I'm like, I actually would have been down for the overalls and the new look, the new Jimmy,
a scarf, man, the scarf.
Actually, you know, and like that's the thing is like whenever I see a piece of merch where it's like if I see Ryu merch now that's gonna be just like classic, you don't know what game this could have come from. It's the same old Ryu. Like I'm like, no, we have a new version of him.
Yeah,
now.
A big part of Street Fighter 6's appeal is like, okay, so when Tekken 3 happened and we got to see people get old or people get kids, you're like, wow, what a mix-up. Now we have Street Fighter 6 that is finally taking like Ryu and Blanca and Chun-Li and Cammy and be like, this is the new one. And I'm like, oh, I like all of these. They're really good. So why would you pick the old? It feels like this statue existed before.
I don't know, but whatever the case is, I kind of was like, oh, because I would be super down for a Blanca-chan statue or a bigger plush. I don't want that's cute. It's awesome. It's a great piece of merch. I'd be down for him with the new scarf, the new look, and similarly, I'd be down for anybody with the Street Fighter 6 look. You know, I like that, like the time moving forward, right? But seeing it as just the older design, I was like, oh man, that's a bummer. But on top of that, I feel like, because we got into this topic as well, I was like, there are a number of characters where even if it's not your favorite, you can see that being a good idea for a statue or for merch that is like, you know what? Okay, even if you don't particularly like Main or care a ton about Sagat, everyone is like, oh, but that's a cool statue. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I can see
Sagat's
why
cool.
you'd make that, right? That's a, yeah. Or a Jury statue would be like, yeah, absolutely.
Why
that's
not
a cool...
put out a statue of Cammy doing the stretch?
Sure, right? You can see these things and go, like, even if that's not my main or whatever, that makes sense as a Street Fighter thing. I'm just like, man, with the weird old blanket design, yeah. So
Strange pick. Weird
in any
pick.
case,
Why not put out a statue of Jury's foot?
just the foot.
Just the fucking foot.
Why even make it a statue? Why not just make it rubbery,
Silicone?
fleshy,
Yeah.
silicone?
Yeah.
And you know, it's a foot, so why even stop there?
I feel like
Why not just add some extra?
there's a
utility.
lot of things I have never been able to unsee in my life. But like
So you-
the foot pussy is like way up there. It's way up there, okay? It is way up there with things
Hey.
I can't unsee.
Hey, listeners, are you familiar with I don't know, let's say Deidara from Naruto, and
Really,
how-
this is what you're gonna. This is how you're gonna do this.
are you familiar with Helsing and Alucard's hand with the eye on it?
Fuck this. This is the worst.
What if foot?
And
and what if
it's
not a
just one
mouth?
of those silicone vaginas for your dick that is in the shape of a foot.
This is a real product that really exists, and
You can look it up. Don't look it up, but you could if you wanted
baffles the shit out of me because okay, let's
to. We're not even pretending reality exists anymore.
because I've had to describe and explain to Reggie.
I'm gonna put in incognito to look at
Yeah,
this.
you
I don't
do
want-
that. Listen, I've had to
want
explain
this
to
saved.
Reggie the magic of the comedy that is the comedy of eggshells, right?
Oh, that's awful.
We step around and there's no need to crack any. Let's just waltz through the flowers and make it safely to our destination, leaving everybody mentally in shambles with the implication. But here, let's be real. With the foot fetish shit, I always assumed that somebody who had one was looking for like the foot to be on the junk and like the foot itself to be like
Would maintain its foot qualities.
and I assume that if you're a if you're a Quentin Tarantino, you want that foot either in your mouth or all up on you, rubbing up and down, doing the foot stuff.
Like you want it to be the platonic ideal of the foot,
and maybe
right?
and then maybe as you get it, you level that shit up and you go from foot on the junk, foot in the butt, whatever, foot.
Whatever, wherever the foot you want it to go.
But I never quite. But when I see a product which is a foot with attachments,
The pussy.
it confuses me. It scares me a little because
Yeah.
I then go, hold on. If you're
Wait,
into
is the
feet,
foot fetishist with the foot on the junk? Are you actually thinking, I
Is-
wish I could put my penis
I
in
wish
the
I could
foot?
fuck the foot itself. Has the desire
what is
always
happening?
been to like to just actually fuck the foot? Like I don't get it.
So these are questions that we're asking, and I want to be really clear. Don't answer them. These are 100%
rhetorical. This is
I
the most
want
rhetorical
no
question.
information.
This is the most rhetorical questioning you've ever had.
This is purely a mental exercise. Get out of here. Don't talk to me.
but there's something to it where I'm like, I assumed you were getting off on the idea of the foot itself in its foot-like state doing the work, you know, much like any other.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah, much like any other part of the body where you're like, oh, I'm into the, you know, whatever. Like, it's just, I never assumed you wanted to.
People in the live chat, stop posting the podcast email link. Stop it. Get that out of here. No emails about this. No. Bad.
Because the natural extension of that is like, if, like, okay. Bring it back a bit from the feet, right? Fine.
All right. Okay.
Titty fucking. Right?
Okay.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're down, you're doing that, and
are you saying you want a chest bust of like a fucking pussy on the sternum?
If you're someone who's super into the titty fucking, I assume that you're not actually trying to fuck the titty itself. You're trying to enjoy the physics of what it's supposed to.
I don't know. This is why we'll never get on that PC gamer list of podcasts right here.
But this is important questions.
That is a lie. That is a fucking lie. That might be the biggest lie I've ever heard from a human. This is not an important question.
It's important, and this is what's gonna keep me up. Is the idea of the jury foot merch with the fucking with the accessories on. All right. It's confusing.
Anyway, Street Fighter had a really, really, really good presentation.
Yes.
And Wheezy was there for all 2 minutes and 30 seconds that he was paid to be there.
He read that script accurately. He pronounced the names correctly. Lil Wayne did his job.
He said the part where it's like, maybe you could even play against your boy Wheezy if you play. Maybe.
Yeah. You know, and to which then the question still remains, is Wheezy or is Lupe Fiasco the hip-hop king of the FGC? You know, we need to actually see that gameplay. There's a whole segment you can go check out, Evo Top 8, but it's all rappers over on Wooly versus the Algorithm, where we hypothesized how this would go. There was I think we came to the conclusion that okay, 50 Cent would be in that top 8 of rapper FGC representatives, but only so that he could enter the same pool as Ja Rule. Yeah. And then buy out all the other spots for every other player in that pool so that Ja Rule is forced out of the pool. Yeah. And then as soon as he gets to his first match in top 64, he gets his ass destroyed. And Snoop, then that's the only reason Fiddy would enter.
Snoop would enter and then be disqualified, as it would be determined that he is not actually playing his own character.
This is also a bit that we went into. The vid. No, we covered all the bases. Please go enjoy.
Rappers are silly people.
It's funny. It's caricatures. It's caricatures, man. It's good stuff. Soulja Boy would be fantastic because that would be the best rage quit of all time, the best stick throw of all time. Just the biggest fit. It would be awesome. He would also try to sell you some drop shipped bullshit arcade stick that the soldier stick while he was at it. And anyways, the whole bit it writes itself. But Lil Wayne did his job. And then, they showed off the features. So what was the big thing? The fucking thing I've been asking for the whole time, which, to be perfectly honest, the ingredients were always there, weren't they? We saw footage of the custom characters fighting against NPCs in World Tour mode. Yep. We see the custom characters...
World Tour mode. Like, much more expanded than I thought it was going to be.
We see the custom characters hanging out in the online battle hub, just like cheering at each other. And then there's a big open middle of the battle hub zone where nothing is happening. People just stand around and cheer.
Mosh pit.
Yeah, and you're like, what could that be for? It's for the crazy, dumb, stupid, set your monster up to fight against other people's broken NPC monsters. So, we finally got it.
I feel like I need to go into a couple pieces of detailed information to break down how zany this is, because it's about as zany as I ever thought I'd see a fighting game get. Okay, when you make your character, you can Kronenberg them the fuck out. I messed a lot more with the character creator this time
Hell
around
yeah.
in the demo. The
The
Street Fighter
Kronenberg
6
Cup is coming.
The Street Fighter 6 character creator has sliders, but the sliders in the Street Fighter 6 character creator go like more than twice as far in every direction that any other character creator would allow. It allows you to create the most deformed characters you've played in a fighting game. On top of that, I watched people test it out. The hitboxes are appropriate to your character's fucked up proportions. I saw characters with arms going down to the floor using Luke's moveset with just the longest jabs in the world.
If you give yourself T-Rex arms, your punches will be stubby and
shit.
They can't hit anything. Legitimately,
but your hitbox is
actually
really tiny on your character when it comes to, sorry, your hurtbox is actually really tiny.
So
on top of that,
as with large characters versus small characters, you can get hit easier, but you can also hit easier, or you can be more nimble, but you got to work harder to get the hit in. It's crazy.
On top of that, so we talked about this for a bunch the last time they did a Street Fighter 6 thing. There's two ways to make a custom character in a fighting game. You can either be like, you are playing as Ryu with your custom character. It's Ryu. Here's the Ryu moveset. You are just the created character is visual. Or you can do what Street Fighter 6 has decided to do, and it is, hey, of the moves your character has learned, which quarter circle back move do you want? Pick. And you are mixing and matching, and they showed off part of the trailer of custom characters combining moves from different movesets.
Yes.
In what? So I went and watched your reaction to that presentation, and I'm really glad that all three of us, had the same brain explosion moment, which was Kimberly's teleport into an SPD.
That's correct.
That's fucked up. That's like what bosses do in movesets that they don't let you have.
Dragon Ball characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
So absolutely. So you've got the Soul Calibur school, which is the, pick your soul master to kind of like emulate this character, which they still do have. You can just copy 1-to-1.
Yeah.
But the fun and the madness comes from the mixing and matching. The No Mercy school of character creation.
Yeah.
Right. Or a more obscure but more on point would be the rival schools create a character.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, Japanese rival schools and Project Justice had full-on board game where you create a character and then pick from a ton of moves to create a custom move list. And the best part is, I was so happy to see this. Not only do you mix and match the crazy bullshit, nonsense, unbalanced moves from the full roster, but when you go to World Tour, they start doing moves that no one in the roster has, including like a wrench throw, an able roll, someone who's breathing fire. Like, there's a bunch of shit that's like, oh, these are unique moves now. So there's a actual unique move list that is not going to just be copying others. So like now the whole thing is open, right?
Yeah.
Now you can have absolute chaos with move lists that might even be representative of characters that are not in the game. You know what I mean? You might get the ability to approximate your own shitty Bison who's not there. Carlos Miyamoto is coming back from Final Fight 2. His move list is like
Forgotten
he's got it
for 25 years.
You know, like he's there as a custom character as well, but it's like you have the ability to do custom moves, which is now this Dark Souls PvP thing that I really wanted, which
just
is
like the most busted thing you can think of. Hey, man. And it's this fascinating thing. It's like, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to make a real character? Good for you. Or do you want to make a character that can really only do one thing, but that one thing is so fucked up that no one on the roster is ever going to be able to deal with it. Do you want to make a character with Dalzim's normals that also has sonic booms and flash kicks and just keep people at the fucking other corner for an entire game? Fucking do it.
Why would you give yourself a flash kick when you can give yourself a Shoryuken, which
you're right,
requires no charge?
Yeah, sonic booms and Shoryu with Dalzim's moveset. No, you're staying out, and you're gonna stay out forever.
Absolute madness, and this is the only way to win the Kronenberg Cup, right? This is what we're heading for. People are gonna make
like real characters or like use existing movesets. No, you're crazy.
I can't fucking wait. All right, I want to see. I can't wait for the let me solo hers and the. Just like the biggest, dumbest, most naked, giant accessory cap-wearing dudes that are winning and cannot be beat because they figured out the exact busted meta for this week. And then the people who come back
and arms this length and combine them with Dalzim's moveset, you can actually tag people in the other corner.
It's going to be the fucking best, and that's happening right there. And the cabinet where sane, normal, God-fearing Street Fighter is still happening.
On top of that, what really stood out to me is they had a bit where the freaks are fighting in the middle, but they're like the game's world tour version of the freaks, which means they approximate like a normal human shape. But in the background, you could tell the background spectators are the people that are in the battle hub, because a couple of the ones in the back, they weren't full freaks, but they were definitely like, that guy's arms are huge and out to the side, and that guy's too tall or whatever. So that means your battle network, your battle hub freak fights will have the real freaks in the background just being nightmares.
So there's gonna be a really fun thing where people are going to log into these rooms. Some people will scaredly run up the stairs and hide as they get their serious fights going, and some people will run straight for the middle with 8 arms going and then there's going to be just the chaos of these two worlds, but they're in the same space, forced to collide. I'm so happy. I'm so happy this feature is confirmed. Don't look at the players in the middle. Do not shake their hands.
Yeah, like
if you can find them.
It's gonna be fascinating. Like, I want to see, like, because the stubby normals is gonna be a problem for the small characters. But I'm like, I don't know how small you can make the character. I bet you can make them pretty fucking small.
Probably
like stupid small. Like normals go over their head small.
It's the scene from the Street Fighter cartoon where the door opens and all the monsters come out, except they're all character creators.
And I want to see how the throw animations just completely fall apart.
Oh god,
on the Kronenbergs.
Oh man, yeah, no, especially if you're doing Manon's twirls.
Yeah,
where she forces you to like be in step sync with her. Like, it's just it's gonna be so awful. Yeah, so that is the best announcement. That is the best. Furthermore, we got some more look at World Tour. We got to try out World Tour, and yeah,
kind of just like the tiniest little bit of World Tour.
Pretty great that you can just be walking around and just be picking fights with, hey child, you want to battle? And child is like, let's go.
Perish.
And like cops are out there picking fights, and you're like, yeah, they are. And you can like I'm looking at the like, hey, you can't get on the subway, and I'm like, why can't I just swing? And we decide who gets on the subway via combat. Bring me Battle World,
it's this wonderful little thing that I love these types of gameplay modes where it's like, you always have this thing where you're looking at the fictional world of Metro City or the Street Fighter universe, and you're like, what is the day-to-day life of the people in Street Fighter look like? And World Tour says it looks like this.
Exactly.
That's fucking stupid. That is a zany fucking place to live.
But it follows the rules of the sports/buddy monster anime, right? You've got to have the world where, hey, when I go to this restaurant, I might be able to show you my Pikachu, and if you think my fur is fluffy enough, I'll eat for free, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, way over there, there's the world where the suave playboy is drinking at the bar, and then he buys a gunpla for the cute girl at the other end and goes, compliments of me. And she's like, oh my God, look at this gunpla. And then everyone in that world, that's the thing, right? Or you pull out your Yu-Gi-Oh cards to fucking whatever the world is.
Everyone plays Yu-Gi-Oh. That's weird.
So what is it gonna be in Street Fighter? Swing first, nigga. Let's go.
Every single
what are we
person,
doing?
Every man, woman, child, mutant, Kronenberg, cop, mailman, restaurateur, delivery guy, taxi driver, plumber, etc. are all just waiting around, and if you walk up to them and go, hey, how about we fucking fight? They go, okay, yeah, sure, that sounds like a great idea.
That's it. And I'm hoping that it's like, if you beat me, yeah, I'll give you a discount. How about that? You've earned it. You know, fight the fridge. Exactly.
It also it paints this world in which, like, it's hard to injure people in the Street Fighter universe. Like people like you start with Luke's moveset, right? And you're doing like Luke's like command normals and throw on some guy trying to sell you a pizza, and you knock his ass out, and he just dusts himself off and goes, yeah, I guess I'm back to selling pizza.
At the same time, they just introduced, hey, look at the battle damage that you can take between rounds.
That is such a weird combination of these two ideas.
But it's also very Street Fighter identity, because when you think back to Street Fighter 2, I have clothing that is just the beaten up losing portraits, right?
Yeah.
Seeing your character get fucked up in Street Fighter is like as old as World Warrior. So it makes sense to see the battle damage be a thing.
You can turn it off if you don't like.
You can turn it off if you don't like it, but that's fun, and I'm just like, I'm really happy to see that, like, they're doing exactly the things I wanted to see. The alt costumes they showed off for some of the characters looked fun.
Like, hey, look, it's hey, do you not want the new thing? Do you want Ryu to be wearing the white? Okay, here you go.
That. Also, your rival in World Tour mode, Bosch, looks so much fucking... He's so swagged out. His drip is incredible compared to your bullshit.
It is the character creator rival problem in that, like think of Commander Shepard. Think of, like, the Commander Shepard that's the scanned-in male model.
Box
right?
Shepard.
And then you go, I'm going to go make my own male Shepard. And then you're like, fuck. This looks like shit. Bosch is that guy. Bosch is like, you didn't make this with the character creator. You made this with an artist and a programmer.
Yep, exactly. I could see him being someone that, like, we spend the entire life cycle of this game going, please make Bosch a fighter for real.
And they'll go, no, we won't.
He's hot. You want to go to World Tour. That's why we made him hot. No, he look like any the first thing he does is dive kick you, so you're like, fuck, he's got dive kick privilege too. I'm happy to see World Tour is exactly as goofy as it promised.
And they show off that we'll be doing dramatic battles, we'll be fighting refrigerators.
I hope that it's not like 5 hours long and then you just completely, like, they never touch it again kind of thing. I hope that we get a decent length of content out of it, and it would be fun if every once in a while there was like, hey, we added a new neighborhood, you know?
I don't think we'll get new neighborhoods, but they did say that the DLC characters would have World Tour content.
Okay, that's
so
cool.
Like, when Rashid gets added, he'll be somewhere.
Because you got to go find him and learn his shit. Yeah.
So you can fuck up your
right.
Character.
So naturally, every character that drops will come with some World Tour content for you to learn their whole thing. And depending on who they are, like, obviously Chun-Li comes with Li Fen, right? So maybe hanging out with Rashid involves hanging out with Azam. You know, maybe hanging out with Ed means meeting Falk somewhere. Yeah,
I
that
would
could be interesting.
assume that it could actually be like 5 hours if you're like, I'm just going to go to where Bosch is hanging out and beat up Bosch, and then I'm going to go to the new location and beat up Bosch. But I assume if you actually want to talk to and chill out and learn the moves of every character on that roster, it will actually be a hell of a lot meatier than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I imagine there's going to be a ton of just optional, cuz maximizing that move list is that's a lot of characters to master and spend time with. So
like you could probably go through that whole mode and be like, I'm playing as Luke in my custom character form, and that's it.
And if we're seeing the likes of one Carlos Miyamoto from Final Fight 2, one can only assume that the deep cuts from the Capcom database are going to be showing up. You know, if you're getting Ed, you might just get the Shadaloo gorilla Baba Yaga, who you may. There's so Neo Shadaloo is basically the group that Ed founds of like people who are like, let's save all the Shadaloo kids and let's
that's a Shadaloo gorilla. Get the fuck out of here.
And let's save all the Shadaloo kids and the people that are experimented on, including Falk, Ed, and a gorilla named Baba Yaga.
Baba Mwarim, apparently. Or Baba Mwalumu or something. Whatever. There's an evil gorilla.
Something like that. There you go. Whatever. Evil Shadaloo gorilla, right? So
Bison also was like, what if I die, I'll put myself into a cute girl's body or a gorilla? Those were his options.
Yeah. Bison was pressing. Bison was playing the field. He was trying to figure out what he wanted to reincarnate as. And it seems like his options included a bunch of cute dolls or Ed or Abel or maybe even a gorilla.
I think they should bring Bison back as a DLC character, and it should be the gorilla wearing tattered Bison clothing.
I mean, we've already had Ed and Cammy in tattered Bison clothing, so like we can do that.
But this time it's a gorilla.
But we can't because Bison is stuck inside of JP's stick.
Is that true? Is that happening?
It seems like his soul is trapped inside of JP's like cane. That seems to be the deal, you know. And I hope that like he talks shit. It's like, you wanted to reincarnate? Well, here you go. Reincarnate as my fucking pimp cane, idiot.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah. Anyway,
I like the idea that like the whole time Bison was terrorizing the world with psycho power, there was some guy over here that didn't care about any of that shit that was just much better at it than Bison was.
This is the history of the villain sequel, issue, right? The power creep. You have to always have the guy that laid in the cut for the whole thing.
It's like, I just don't care, man. I just want to be rich and almost step on people's faces.
Yeah. So no, that's looking good for World Tour mode. I'm pretty excited about that. And then they showed off the first round of DLC. So I was wondering, I was like, you can't go too hard on this because it's weird to announce extra content for people before the thing that they've spent the money on is even out yet, right?
Right. But at the same time, people already know what that shit is.
It's been leaked. And we can at the very least go, hey, if you're a fan of Akuma and you're like, where's Akuma? Here he is. He's coming. And
he'll be coming out in May of next year.
And also, he's still keeping the big lion's mane beard. I think they can fix it as long as they make it not a perfect circle around his face.
I think that is also going to be a solution. They fixed Ken's head and hair. I feel I'm not worried about anything else.
Yep. Can't wait to see Rashid just spinning mix his way through every drive impact. It's gonna be a good time. And yeah, I'm
good for Rashid being first out the gate. Like, he was a really cool new addition to the roster in 5.
So I have to assume that when you drop Akuma eventually, because as you know, Akuma is DLC, it's like we know the ones you want and we're gonna sell you them for sure.
Akuma has been relegated to you're gonna buy him forever now.
Yes, like Biken, you will always pay for Biken. That's it. No more baseline roster Biken ever. I have to assume as well though that imagine how cool the single player content could be for that if it's like, oh shit, a mysterious island has appeared off the coast. go to that island to find out what's going on, and it's fucking Akuma Island.
I moved the island here.
And that's how you go learn his shit, right? You go on a whole other bit for him and just for learning all his moves. You know, like there's a whole thing you can do with, like, depending on the gravitas of the character, go to an area to learn all their stuff. Like, that would be really exciting. So yeah, that looks very cool. And then they dropped of course, and the demo is available now.
Oh, it'll be available on Wednesday for those for people who don't have a PlayStation.
Yeah, so the PS5, PS4 version available right off the bat, and then the PC version coming a week later. And it was a World Tour demo plus 2-player local, and then the 2 tutorials and the new battle demonstrations as well. At a glance, I can see as far as the teaching stuff goes, they got a lot better over the demonstrations last time. There's some pretty
few notable exceptions.
With a few notable exceptions. Oh, God. Okay, so the good stuff is that they describe every move. They describe the utility of the move, and they've added 2 extra things that are really key here. One is the ability to press the back button or the touchpad to then jump into the demonstration and try it for yourself, right? Yeah. So they'll tell you what to do and how it works and why, and then you can go test it out to your heart's content and then jump back into the demonstration. And then the second thing they did was they didn't have this in 5. They describe neutral, right? They actually show you examples of neutral play. Now, the problem is in this one infamous screenshot, they're like, when you do crouching low kicks, that's called footsies. And everyone's like, oh, for the love of God, we're just going to confuse the shit out of people.
Oh, I went and checked on this. That is actually a translation error.
Exactly. It is a translation error. It turns out in Japanese, it just says, it uses the word that they use for legitimately crouching low kick attacks. And the English translation decided to, unfortunately, use a term
flavor it up
that is too general and not going to, and it's going to confuse new players who aren't familiar with footsies, because when people talk about footsies, they're not just talking about crouching low kicks. Like, there's
they should have said sweeps or just low attacks.
Yeah. And you know, it wouldn't even be bad to introduce the word neutral. I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world, because it's kind of like, it paints a picture of, like, sometimes you're on offense, sometimes you're on defense, like in any sport, but then sometimes it's anybody's game. We have to see what happens. But anyway, I suggest, if you want your description of footsies, go check out. Oh, the Info Glossary is still one of the best resources, and you can see there, it describes the battle for space, you know. But that infamous use of the word aside, they show you a thing with like Ryu and with Luke, and they're like, okay, so from round start distance, you want to kind of use fireballs, you want to pepper out a couple of crouching medium kicks into fireball, and just, you know, you can fight from about here, try to control that distance, right? And then once you get a little bit closer, it's the perfect time to start using some mediums, you know, and then you can fight at that range, and once you get even closer, you have these tools, and it kind of shows you an example of, like, oh, like, here's how you start doing things, and it was missing in the demonstrations in 5, and I think that's such a key important thing, because a lot of games, we've had this discussion many times, but like a lot of games, the genre is it implies what the goal is. You know, you get dropped into a racing game, hit the fucking finish line, go, right? You get dropped into an FPS, go shoot the person. But learning how to move and play properly in like an FPS or an RTS takes a while. But at bare minimum, you understand, go shoot the opponent. Yeah. And in this case, it's deplete your opponent's life bar. But it feels like in a fighting game, if you're just completely lost, you're being dropped into a sandbox where you're like, but I can do anything right now. How do I know doing one thing is not better than doing another? Like, I could just keep jumping, or I could back away, I could dash up, I could press anything. I don't know what the difference of the value of my actions is.
When I'd be playing like 4 or 5, like say I play almost entirely grapplers, right? But let's say I'm like, okay, I'll try out fucking Guile. Let's imagine I don't know how to play Guile, right? And what the fuck is my game plan? I just seem to have a harder Shoryu and a harder projectile. What the fuck am I supposed to be doing? And it's like just a small phrase of like Guile excels at this range and at keeping people out with this move and this move because you can charge both and just give people like the basic one sentence game plan for the character.
I remember a long time ago, someone was doing a Street Fighter 2 like guide, and there was a really cool set of visuals I saw where they were like, here's Ryu and Ken, right? And you just saw them standing on a stage, and then you saw a big red line in front of them.
Oh, that's David Serlin's How to Play Street Fighter 2.
And then there was the box right in front for the Shoryuken. And it was like, this L shape is what Ken and Ryu can do, right?
Yeah, they own this space.
They own this space, right? And like the idea, and then Blanca, it's like there's an up diagonal and a straight forward, and you can just kind of go like, oh yeah, my moves cover this. Walk around and keep in mind that you can put the pressure on with these shapes, and like other people that can't, you want to use your shapes to your advantage. And that it was just, a very basic thing. So all that to say that if you
had like a picture of Zangief, it'd be like just a big red box
in front of
away over on top of Zangief going, Zangief controls the space around Zangief. So put Zangief next to the opponent. Now.
So and so with these demonstrations in the game, I highly recommend that, like, even if you're familiar with these games and stuff, go read them. They're great at just giving a baseline explanation. And we're getting past that era of like, hey, pick a character, it's a mystery, figure it out.
Fuck out.
Hopefully someone will eventually start inventing the character. So you're like, what's Rufus good for? And then Justin Wong is like, oh, dive kicks. And then we go, oh, okay, got it. Now everyone's going to do that. But
because also there's the prescribed goal for Guile, which is sit at the fucking corner and make sure no one can touch you. And then there's the reality of some Guile players, which is like, no, go in super hard and fucking use sonic booms to go in ways that no one else can, because you can recover so fast.
And as we were going through it, like, we were learning things. There was stuff that we didn't know. Like, Reggie learned something about Ryu when we were going through the tutorial. So, like, I highly recommend checking those out. Like, the demonstrations in 5 were great too, but this just, like, refines that and makes it even better. So, great feature that they have there. Character specific, for like, hey, this is what this person is about. And then, just, played some locals, played some long sets, got my fucking ass packaged, handed, and returned to sender on that. Like, I'm going to have to fucking really...
Reggie plays Ryu in general, doesn't he?
Reggie is a lifelong Ryu.
Okay, and you are like, Luke's cool, but like, you're not a lifer for Luke because that's not possible.
I'm waiting on the Green Boy. I'm waiting on Muscle Mommy. I want to be picked up.
So I think the fact that they put 2-player local in there is fucking awesome, and I think the ability to fight the CPU, including the level 8 massively overpowered fuck-ass 5-star CPU, is incredible. But I went to that 1v1 screen and saw Luke and Ryu and went, man, I don't even care. I don't even give a shit.
Yeah. I think Capcom took a look at the situation and went, you PC fuckers ain't getting shit. I think they went, nope, World Tour demo, and here's a little taste of what's going on, but nuh-uh. I will say that, like, Ryu obviously being included. He's always in the demos. 5 had its demo, and he was, like, you got to do that.
Ryu being there is mandatory.
It's mandatory. It's how you get your bearings. Luke is how you get your Neo bearings, right? You're like,
hey,
oh,
he's the new way it's gonna work from now on.
K-Dash, But yeah, you're not gonna get a feel for like how different these characters are until the proper thing is in your hands, for sure.
I will say, like, having the ability to actually practice with Ryu, like, yeah, at some point before release, I'm gonna fucking use the demo and learn some basic Ryu shit, because when are you ever gonna not need to know basic Ryu shit? Everyone's gonna do it to you.
Exactly.
You might as well know.
And it also is going to be, whatever you're learning with him is going to be some of it transferable to your other characters, even if it's just getting used to the drive system. If you want to get better at canceling the right buttons, if you want to get better at hit confirming, all these little simple things, you're going to pick somebody that has stuff that Ryu can teach you, So, yeah, I suggest, if anyone who's interested wants to fucking get a feel for this, grab that demo. And then, yeah, when you're, if you don't have any locals around, turn that computer up to level 8. And
don't worry, you won't beat it. That thing is.
I got mine.
Did you get it with all the advantage on?
No. Handicap off. No. Just level 8.
Did you see Hi Fight put up a video fighting the level 5 advantage? Oh my fucking god.
So back in the day when you used to put up the handicap stars, it would make your damage go up and your defense go up, but that was all it did.
Yeah, it was just numerical, whatever.
Now it's replaced with the advantage stars, which is like you can get healing and you can do touch of death damage off of like a level 3. Completely unfair character. And
the level 5 advantage that they add is like if you are not hit for 3 seconds, you start to very rapidly regenerate your life.
So shout out to Hi Fight on YouTube and Twitter. A great account for just fun little fighting game clips. Fought level 8 CPU with the crazy high 5-star advantage on, and you get to walk through the process of like, this is how cheap and unfair SNK boss syndrome ass this thing is, and here's how you can do it though. And he managed to do it with Hashogeki, just finding that one little pattern that the computer couldn't handle. But it's so nuts because like if you fuck up once, it's over, Yeah,
so I'm looking at it at 5 advantage, the CPU hits you 3 times as hard, starts with the level 3, only uses 20% of their normal gauge use, and their vitality will regenerate to like full in 10 seconds if they're not taking damage. So like he walks forward, and I think Ryu hit him like with a medium and just killed him instantly. Yeah. It's like that's what you're dealing with.
Let me just run to the bathroom real quick. BRB.
You know what? I could also use that. We'll take a little longer break.
right. So, yeah.
Now back, and I have a tart.
That's cool.
It's pear flavored.
So, yeah, I just wanted to basically wrap that up and say that for anybody who was like, we got a message last week, from someone saying, hey, hey, should I wait on 6 or should I start playing 5 or,
You should fucking wait on 6.
And, well, you can get a demo right now and you can start playing that and start messing around with that. You picking Luke or Ryu, and you can play against anyone locally, or if you want to take a crack at it, turn that CPU all the way up and see how you do, Or you can actually go to one of the, if you go to the demonstration for the supers, the tutorials for the supers, and then you try it yourself, you have a impromptu training mode.
Yeah, because just don't do the super it's asking you to do. Do everything else.
So there's a decent way for you to get your bearings and start feeling the game out from now and even get a little experience in. So, yeah, pretty cool. Now,
Charter's so good, man.
Now, unrelated to that, we've been, continuing our LPs. However, as far as the schedule goes, this week, we are not going to be available for the regular streaming, as Reggie and I will be out of town.
Mm-hmm.
We will be traveling over to the Capcom USA offices.
Ooh.
To check some stuff out. So we're not going to be available for the next couple days. So yeah, just a heads up as to the stream schedule.
What are you guys going to check out?
We're going to see if we can check out some stuff. Whatever's happening inside that.
What are you talking about?
Whatever's happening inside that building. Gonna go see. Gonna go find out. And then talk about it at a later date when that's okay to do. But in the meantime, that's just a quick heads up about that. And yeah, gonna have some content to drop eventually. I hope you guys like the same things I like, because I'm going to be talking about them for a good amount of time. I talk about the things I like, and I make videos about those things.
What could you mean?
There's going to be a bunch of videos about things I like. All right?
What could he be talking about? I don't know.
All right.
What could he be referencing?
No. Well, yeah. That being said, though, of course, the episodes of the LPs do continue, so be sure to head on over to Wooly Versus, where you can check out the latest in Mass Effect 3. Boy, taking Javik on that mission to the the fucking homeworld of the Asari.
Sorry, yeah,
that was a lot of fun. That was a whole lot of fun there. And I kind of wish I can't believe, like, the impact of that moment is dwarfed only by the impact of remembering that this was a DLC character.
Oh yeah.
Every time something like that happens,
over and over,
that this is a separate piece of content optionally sold and made available, that it's just how the
he's probably the poster so him and the Street Fighter Cross Tekken characters are like the fucking avatar, like the ideal form of fucking bullshit DLC monetization.
I've never seen a video game where a more important character or piece of content was not available in the base game. And like, thinking about like the obvious bullshit that is the we're gonna sell you the ending, Pop Zero and Asura's Wrath, Like,
Yeah.
Javik is still the most unbelievable piece of where we can actually, this is removable. And I'm thinking about the years before the Legendary Edition when I used to hear about how Mass Effect 2 had tons of problems getting the DLC working in the old version and shit.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And it's
It
like,
was terrible.
There were port years where like you couldn't access some of the extra shit. It's so bafflingly insane. It's like playing KOTOR 2 and Kreia was DLC. I can't, you know what I mean? Like I can't overstate how important he is and how
On
much
top of that,
I don't know what
apparently,
this game is without
in
him.
the original Mass Effect 3, he was supposed to have a greater role and be a more active participant in the real story, like with the catalyst and all that shit, like the fucking, you know, the thing you're building.
Mm-hmm.
But when the decision comes down to be like, well, no, he's got to be DLC. Well, he can't act in the main story anymore. He can only flavor it.
Mm-hmm.
So even that part is just gone now. Like the part that would have mattered is also been taken away because they couldn't sell it as a separate thing.
Madness, absolute madness. The more I stare at this game, the more I just like. I have such an appreciation for the stuff that works when it works, and I have nothing but bewilderment for the stuff that is not the product of time being short, but is the product of a bad, weird decision being made. Right?
Yeah.
There's stuff where you can go, oh, they didn't have time, and that's why that came out badly. But there's stuff where it's like, no, it wasn't about time. You made a choice that was a fucking weird one, you know?
So I don't want to go too into this.
Sure.
The version of the game that you're playing is a substantially very improved version of that game.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, the DLCs that came out. Like there's a Omega, which is like kind of whatever. Leviathan's pretty good. And then the rework of the ending, right? And like you start to get to it and you're like, this is the combination of a bad decision that led to no time. Because the decision to make it like this was late. Was deep in there.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go through that whole ending process and you get, you know, you do your whole thing and you be like, go and do the legwork and go look at what that shit shipped with, because you will be blown away.
Okay. I mean, it was crazy enough going through KOTOR and then seeing the non-content restored version of events and going like, oh my God, I would have been so upset.
It's kind of like that.
You know? Yeah. And I also I'm so curious because like, okay, I've seen KOTOR, I've seen Mass Effect, and I'm in the process of wrapping that up. And I'm like, I want to know just how this formula, like, does this just continue to happen across Dragon Age? And was Jade Empire spared by being its own isolated thing? You know?
It is the result. So I played every game EA released in that period, right? So I'm like right there. Dead Space and Mass Effect, because they were the big sellers, they got it really bad. Mirror's Edge got it too, but Mirror's Edge, the decision was to just not do Mirror's Edge anymore. They didn't see the future for it. Dead Space and Mass Effect both had like identical paths. Like the first one was like really good, but it was kind of, or this and that, and there was no real fucky monetization. It was like normal. It was like, oh, here's a DLC, Pinnacle State, right? Then the second one, they're like, what if we, for Dead Space was like, what if we put in the shittiest multiplayer mode ever? And then for Mass Effect, it was like, what if we just loaded this motherfucker up with every piece of like weapon DLC and character DLC possible? And then you get to the third ones. And like Dead Space 3, I would say is like abjectly ruined by its monetization changes. Like they changed the way guns work in that game. Like, yeah, you played Dead Space 1. So you would remember how awesome the plasma cutter was and how distinctive the line cutter was? What if instead of that, you just built a weapon together and actually just stacked 4 line guns onto one another that uses a universal ammo type?
But like this type of like DLCification era, it has a unique effect on games like
With story.
Yeah, the BioWare games, because those are cutting chunks of world cohesion out, you know?
So Dragon Age 1 was a normal game, and then it had a normal expansion. It's positively old school by comparison. Dragon Age 2 was a rushed mess and still had a normal expansion that was also a rushed mess. Then Inquisition was long in the tooth, and then that came out way after the Mass Effect 3 controversy. So what they did is they wildly over-delivered on like regions and content and quests in that game. So Inquisition is a massive bloated mess. It's the opposite problem.
Okay. Because everyone talks about, I feel like if I had to give my impression of Dragon Age from the outside, it's that like the characters stand out and you can fuck them, and the world itself does not.
No, it's fairly old school fantasy. It's actually more generic than the Forgotten Realms setting that the Baldur's Gate games had, which is wild because that's like the generic. Dragon Age Inquisition is so bloated that there were articles coming out alongside the game's release that was like the first level in the game was called the Hinterlands, and it was like you need to leave the Hinterlands because you could level from like a third of the way to cap without leaving the first area because it had so much shit, and all that content was kind of mediocre. Like it feels like an MMO that they retrofit into a single player game. It's such a weird fucking thing.
Is it true that the world is called Thedas? Because Thedas because Dragon Age setting?
The DAS Dragon Age setting, yeah.
God damn, dude. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
Fucking terrible.
Wild.
So yeah, that
So it's so baffling, you know.
So it's really wild. I'm so excited because Mass Effect 3 has like what you played up till now is like it's pretty good quality overall. Maybe this isn't the best, maybe that isn't the best. Like I wish we got to actually land on the Turian homeworld. I think that would have been cool.
I'm getting a cleaned up experience here, as with KOTOR, yeah.
And then you get to the point, and like I've never played a game where you're like all the bad decisions start right now. And it is this wild experience. It's so strange.
I have, like I said it in the LP, but it's like I have a lot of sympathy for the decisions that suffer because this is the end of a bunch of dominoes that may or may not have been hit over 2 games ago, living in dead characters and how that plays out is like, to be fair, if you want your consequences to matter, then you have to have a setting where these people can be dead, even if they are important, and yada yada, there's a difference between a character that you killed versus one that you didn't buy. So anyway, all that is very
extra wild because Mass Effect 3 was so afraid of used game sales, because that's what the boogeyman in this story is, right? It was this used game stealing all our profits. So they had Javik, which was in the box if you bought it brand new, but then they also had the multiplayer mode to keep like they doubled up on fear of used games. And the fun thing about that is the multiplayer mode in that game is actually really good. So they didn't need to do that at all with Javik. Like they could have just left it.
Yeah, and
Javik was not in the box. Am I misremembering that?
Did you have to? Would you? How was it presented? Did you boot it up and then it's told you right away, hey, go get this shit now on the title screen? Like what?
He was pre-order.
Oh.
He was pre-order.
Oh my God.
And he was in the deluxe edition. So that's the worst.
Oh,
that's actually the worst version.
That is so much worse. Fuck you unless you early adopt. Oh. Oh man. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awful.
All right. Well,
that rules.
Good times up ahead. And
Seventh
FF9.
gen of video games was so awful. So bad, dude. Like,
so AAA had to push the limits to see how far the rubber band would stretch, you know? They were always going to, and they will keep doing so. But yeah, I remember that time, and I remember like being in QA and just like coming into the office and seeing some of the worst of it, and just being like, yeah, this is what it is now. It's that Mona Lisa meme. We're gonna cut it up and we're gonna fucking throw it at you. And
I remember the Mona Lisa meme being like, oh, that's ridiculous, that's not how it is. And then like in the years that followed, developers came out and like, that was exactly how it was.
It's like I couldn't get. And if you haven't seen it, again, it's the Mona Lisa cut into pieces being sold to you in modern day, whereas back in the day you got the full Mona Lisa, and then later on, if you wanted something else, an expansion pack would come out. You know, Brood Wars was not a part of StarCraft, the base campaign. It was a cold separate thing, which they sold to you because they made it afterwards. And then they added new units, and then they made more story. And then they said, here you go. It's another box. And you're like, oh, okay.
So the wildest thing about that is like the lie was always like, well, the thing that we're selling as DLC wouldn't exist if we didn't budget for it to sell it as DLC. So it's actually extra content, or you know, it's coming out later because it's a planned thing. And then it just comes out over and over like, no, that was done like early, and it's the decision from on high came down, which was something needs to be sold extra. Pick something. It's like, it's exactly what everyone thought it was.
Yeah, I really do. It comes up a lot, but I'm so glad that like the craziest versions of these things didn't catch on. The Squeenix pre-order ranges for Tomb Raider and Deus Ex died there. No one else has since, as far as I know, made it so that if you pre-order in the first 60 days, you get tier A. But if you pre-order after tier A has closed, you then only get the tier B bonuses in the 30-day mark. Augment your pre-order.
You know, you mentioned Brood War, and I want to use this as an excuse to bring up a little historical factoid that I don't think I ever knew or realized about how different it used to be. Wooly, do you remember when StarCraft came out?
The date? I don't.
Yeah, the date.
No.
What year? StarCraft came out in March of '98, and it was a smash success.
Of course it did. 98.
Do you remember when Brood War came out?
Oh, like 99? Don't say 99.
December of '98.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. It was that quick, wasn't it?
It was right then. That is like, that's how it used to be.
Wow.
Expansions, which is double the content of the game, would come out for $40 instead of 60, 9 months to a year later.
Wow. I didn't remember.
Nobody needs to be told how fucking incredible fucking Brood War was.
Yeah. That it's funny how that works the opposite when Ultimate Marvel dropped way too soon after Vanilla Marvel, and it was like, oh god damn it, just you should have waited. But yeah, in that context, that's crazy. 98. Well, I feel like you know what? You know why I also don't remember it being that soon? Because we were poor and we didn't buy Brood Wars until well after that. You know, we got through that campaign and then eventually got around to it when we could afford it.
That explains why my memories of StarCraft are exclusively that of Brood War. Because I was selling Brood War to people at school.
Huh.
and
Okay.
everybody was playing Brood War, and then I played Brood War for like the entirety of the remainder of high school. I'm like, well, what? When the fuck? When was StarCraft? Why can't I remember just StarCraft? Oh, that's why. Good.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think we got around to Brood Wars until like over a year later for sure. Yeah.
And like you skip forward a couple years. Do you remember? Hey guys, StarCraft 2 is going to come out as just the Terrans, and then you'll wait 3 years for the Zerg version.
Yeah, cutting that up. Well, at the same time too, though, I felt that part of that, besides the obvious capitalizing, was also the ultimate in like tiptoeing, because StarCraft is such an institution that like anything wrong needs to be corrected on, a suit. Like, so there's such a gradual, like, do you like this? No, okay, like to the whole game release process. I kind of felt like they probably were doing these staggered releases as a means of course correcting aggressively to make people like StarCraft 2 in case they hated it, which they initially did. Anyways. Mass Effect 3 and FF9 will continue over on Wooly Versus. And on Wooly
What's
Versus.
funny is that FF9 also has weird bullshit monetization, but you can't see it. It was in regards to the fucking officially licensed strategy guide that every 2 or 3 pages would have a thing that says log in to play online, and then you'd go to log in on play online and it would be fucking broken. So that fucking strategy guide was a worthless piece of shit, and it was the officially licensed one.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah. No thanks. That's quite fine. I don't think I will.
No, I'm going to go to game FAQs. Thank you.
Oh, fuck yeah, for everything.
Everything.
I think I was talking with Min about this before, but it was like that there was that era of like I printed out the Third Strike FAQ. Like I just had a stack of paper.
I printed out an FF7 walkthrough in like 1990, like the back half of 97.
So good.
And like my dad came home and was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm printing out a guide." He's like, "How big is this?" I'm like, "I don't know." It was like
You knew.
400 fucking pages,
You
dude.
fucking
knew.
knew.
It was the
You
fucking
saw the
printer
page
super
count.
ran out of ink.
Of course it did. You start getting like the back. By the time you're on disc 3, the text is in pink.
and then what happened was, because the printer ran out of ink, and I'm like a child, I don't know how to start over from a different page. When I was like, oh, I still have like 50 pages to go, I just copied the text off the WordPad document and then put it into a off the Notepad document and then put it into a WordPad document and then printed that. So like the last 50 pages of my FF7 guide were just fucking
Unspaced.
destroyed, formatting, like trash.
Oh God, hurt your eyes to figure out where North Cave is. Oh, that's great. That's fucking fantastic. Yep.
Oops.
Yep. Man, before the tech of double-sided printing, even, so you could save the paper at least. Jesus. Anyway, printing out game facts, man. That's the fucking, that's the realest shit. Yeah. But yeah, that's me. We got some new clips coming to Wooly versus the Algorithm, some Street Fighter related stuff as well. And yeah, just look, you're gonna see some just dumps of hours of locals, and just it's fine. All right, just
I'll be quite honest, Wooly. I laughed super hard. I was getting ready to do my bullshit, and then I scrolled past your announcement on Twitter that was like, "I'm not even gonna fucking everything's canceled. It's Street Fighter time now." And then I was like, "Okay, so let's see what's happening." And it's like 3.5-4 hours in. I'm like, "Is this motherfucker just doing Ryu matches for like 5 hours?" I guess he is.
I'm not gonna pretend that my soul craves anything else. Like, to sit here, you know what I had scheduled? I had Terror Jerome and
you sure did.
Fight of Steel
scheduled. Crap.
Like, am I gonna sit here and pretend I give a fuck? Do you want to watch me playing these games while staring at the clock off, or can I Or can I reveal the contents of my soul to you, which is running the same goddamn set for 5 hours? All right? This is what we do. This is what it is. You want to know? You want to see what it is? All right? You're going to be asking me, the hypothetical you is going to be asking about how to do exactly what this is a couple years from now because you're not doing it right now, right?
I remember fucking when Capcom sent me and you those Devil May Cry 5 codes, but they're like, embargo is day of release. I'm like, okay, well, I can't stream it. So I'm like, I guess I got to do a normal 2 weeks of streams, and then I was going to your place as well to record it. But like, I'd get home and I'd be like, I guess I got to stream whatever. And I'm like sitting there. I'm sitting there just like literally like people are gonna get their goddamn 4 hours guaranteed, and I promise. But the whole time I'm like, what if I was just finding all the blue orbs in fucking TMC5?
Yeah. And I'm just, you know, this is the life. This is what it is. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, is this one match running going to be absolute kryptonite to somebody who's coming to look for something fun to watch? I can understand how.
Maybe
I get it.
If it was not Luke and Ryu, it'd be better.
I get it. But my soul yearns for it, and I'm not gonna pretend.
It's like Ryu versus Luke, it like over and over is bread versus toast. like fuck. Can I have a fucking crumb of any condiment? No, fuck me.
And furthermore, there's definitely a bunch of people that are coming to town going, wait, what? How are you not playing the Street Fighter 6 demo that just dropped yesterday? What the fuck is, you know? And it's like, yeah, no, that's a very good point as well. So that's all. Just being as real as I can about it. You'll get us dead staring through Terrordrome at some point in the future, but those games ain't going anywhere. Yeah. What's going on?
Okay, so unfortunately, for the length of this show, I played like 9 games this week.
Okay.
It was also my birthday.
Okay.
And so me and Paige went to a spa for my birthday. So we got like she got like a prenatal massage, you know, nice, for her hips and her back and whatnot. And I said, fuck it, I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna get a hot stone massage. Hey, I'm going to tell you a piece of advice about a hot stone massage. You know how they say it's a hot stone massage? That's a lie. That is a burning fucking coal fireball massage with lava rocks. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They are heating these things up to 250 degrees. 250.
Celsius.
Yeah, no, it can't.
That's insane. That's lava.
I refuse to believe it's Celsius. It has to be Fahrenheit.
That cannot be Celsius. That would be lava on your back.
And they put the fucking rock on my back, and I'm immediately like trying not to cry. Like actually, like I'm not relaxed. I'm trying not to. And there's a towel in between, and I'm like, oh no. The rocks cool down after a little while, and then they're actually very pleasant. But yeah, if you actually go to get a hot stone massage, be fucking aware that they will cook your shit. It will be hot.
Do they actually do any massaging?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the basic deal is that they use the rocks to get around having to warm you up. So they'll place like a bunch of hot rocks on your back, and then they will do a regular massage, but then they throw in the hot ass rock to loosen your bullshit up. And then instead of using their thumb, they use the stone to like dig into your bullshit. So like my shoulders feel fucking great for the first time in I guess weeks. I don't know. Okay. You know that thing where you fix part of your back or your shoulder and you're like, oh, I didn't realize I was actually in terrible pain for months. But I feel good now.
Yeah.
So that happened.
I thought massaging was some bougie shit for most of my life, and then I remember when it was like, actually, this is deductible on your insurance every year when wherever you work, because you kind of do need that to happen for your body to not scream horribly and fall apart on you the way it used to back when you were in the factories in the 40s.
Yeah, like you go talk
You know?
to somebody. I have the same conversation every time I meet a new massage person. They're like, "Hey, what do you need?" I'm like, "My shoulders." They're like, "Why?" I'm like, "I sit at a desk." And they're like, "Okay." And that's the whole like I don't even need to, there's no more that has to be said. Like I'm doing this bullshit with my fucking whatever. So that was wonderful. Interesting. Probably not gonna get that same one done again.
It is interesting to look at. I don't know about you, but I mean, well, I'm sure you do. Like, there's a number of family members I can think of who, like, if they had access to that type of stuff back in the day, they could be a lot better along in their posture and like bone health. You know?
Oh, my dad is like a human knot, right? And like I told him like, oh yeah, sometimes Paige will rub my back, or we went to get a massage, and he's like, yeah, well, that's nice. And it's like, Jesus Christ, Dad,
you're gonna have to get Kenshiro to come be his therapist.
Like, you're not a pussy if someone rubs your back for 5 sequends, dude. Like, calm down.
Yeah.
So that was nice. That was for the birthday.
Ain't doing that gay shit.
My dad wants to be made out of rocks. Okay. There's no way around it.
All right. Well, I'm
aside
sure.
From that, sorry, after you.
No, I'm sure. Like, maybe you can like trick him into it. Maybe you can like.
You ever? There's the nice restaurants on Monkland.
Yeah.
In Montreal. So Paige and I were having a really great month, and my parents were gonna come hang out with us for dinner. We're like, hey, let's treat my mom and dad. We're gonna take them out to a nice restaurant. Not a 5-star restaurant, right? Not like some fucking Le Chasse le Pré or whatever the fuck bullshit in the old port or whatever. Just like a fucking tavern,
sure.
or like 3-4 whatever. And we sit down and we're like, this is a place that me and Paige would go to like every couple of weeks, like just nice dinner, right? And my parents are like visibly uncomfortable, like really, really uncomfortable. And my mom is like looking at things like, do they have like fries here? Or, and my dad's like, I don't know. And like we had to like work through the menu with them until they got like the most boring thing on the menu. Then they barely ate it, and then they got McDonald's on the way home. Like,
right, yeah, okay, right. I remember that now. Yeah.
Right, and it's like, no, they can't. No, they're too old.
Body rejects it.
They lived the way they lived, and me and Paige were so disappointed because they're like, we wanted to do something like a really nice thing, but it just actually made them like super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And it's like, no, yeah. So yeah, when I talk to my dad about getting massage, he's like, oh yeah, yeah.
Are you winning, son?
Yeah, like for real. Like, yeah. Well,
okay.
I should have just taken them to Wendy's. They would have been really comfortable at the Wendy's. Alas.
Hot stones.
Hot rock. It burns. I thought I was like a little worried there because, like, okay, 9 times out of 10, a masseuse or a massage therapist is going to be like a young woman in her early 20s, right? So in this particular case, I'm being burned by the rocks, and my wife is there also 2 feet away because they're doing the side to side. It's like, I don't want to be like, ouchies, lady. The rock hurt my skin. Can you make the rock cold? I'm like, no, I'm a big man.
Yeah, this is. I said that last time. Like, this is the game, right? I got the super jacked dude that came in and was just like, right. And I was like, and they're like, what intensity do you want? And I'm like, usually it's pretty soft, so let's go hard. And like, he's cracking me in half. He's like, yeah, is the pressure good? And I'm like, yeah, it's good. It's
really
like,
good.
Do you want me to lighten up? I'm like, no, keep going. Just, you have to take it. You can't You can't look like fucking weak. You have to just take the damage and know that it'll feel better later.
It's one of those things like, oh, is this going to get better as I get older? No, it's actually going to get way worse as I get older. Like the pressure now, I'm almost 40. I can't pussy out of shit now. It's way too late to do that. No, I got a kid on the way. I gotta lie this up forever. That kid's gonna see me hit my fucking hand with a hammer as hard as I can, and it is my responsibility to go, it's not that big. Nah, your dad's fine, and then go like scream in a different room into a pillow.
What if your perception of your dad being the fucking stone man that he is entirely based on needing to keep up appearances? You know?
He's also stupid because like his boss almost fired him when he blew his finger off in the machine because dad wouldn't go to the hospital.
Right. There's all those stories. That's true.
And he's
too.
like,
yeah.
And my dad's like, yeah, I'll just drive. And he's like, your finger is in pieces on the fucking floor. You're not driving. I'll drive you, dude. Come on.
But it is fun to imagine a kayfabe where literally the same little noises you make where you go,
they were in there?
Yeah, no. And then at some point, like when a baby came into existence, it's like, okay, gotta seal that away.
Time to man up. So what's funny actually is that even if that was true, like even if that was what happened, my sister's 8 years older than I am. So it would have started then.
Fair enough.
So it would have been like fully locked in by the time I got there. My dad's such a fucking idiot. I love him. Moving on. Let's oh my god, I actually have a huge list of shit here. Wooly, how bad is it? How often do you have to go to your goddamn video producer list or your YouTube upload list to like remember the shit that went through the week?
We're doing long RPGs, so pretty straightforward right now.
I guess so. All right, so I played a bunch of early access games this week, primarily because I felt I wanted to play one of them. I'm like, fuck it, I'll run it through like the chance. I played Against the Storm. It is Civ, but a roguelike. It is Civilization for people that get really, really, really tired of their Civ game after 40 minutes. Where the big planning for your Civ game has to go through.
Okay.
It's kind of incredible. It looks like Warcraft 3, which is an aesthetic that I really like. And it's basically like you have a fairly kind timer running on your city for a couple minutes, like maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour. And it's like build it up and make your citizens happy and get the resources. And then if you beat the timer, you win, and then you'll get bonuses, and then you'll move on to the next biome.
Wow, this looks like a Blizzard game.
It really, 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 really does.
Jesus Christ.
It looks like Warcraft 3 from a different dimension.
Yeah. Okay.
It's also kind of a little bit Dwarf Fortressy because you're having to deal with like, oh, my humans want religion, or my beavers want beer, or whatever the fuck. It's great. It's fucking great. It is fantastically well made and feels more complete in early access than a lot of games I've played that are finished. And it's called Against the Storm. I also played. Let's scroll up this. You remember I mentioned Get to the Orange Door last week? I said I was going to play it. Hey, guess what? Total opposite of Against the Storm. I can't tell why Get to the Orange Door has been in early access for 5 years. It is so it's a Titanfall like movement shooter kind of thing, but like vector wave. It is so basic. It is so like exactly what it has been for this whole time. There's still like very little onboarding into the way it works. It feels good and it shoots good.
What have the updates recently been then?
One of the updates is they completely rebuilt the entire game from scratch. Because they wanted movement to feel better and they wanted shooting. And I'm like, Cool.
The last update on Steam is called "Hey, let's just talk." LOL. Like, yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, get to the orange door. Can't like you compare it to its other rogue-like contemporaries like Hades or Against the Storm or Darkest Dungeon, and it's like just publish it and fucking move on. Just really like genuinely.
It says
zany.
early access, but it's in the polishing phase.
Yeah, supposedly. I feel like it doesn't have enough to be in the polishing phase. Like it's actually fairly basic. Like I ran like 4, 5, 6 runs and was like still just using the default starter pistol and just doing the same couple levels over. I don't know. Really didn't do it for me at all. Did you ever play The Forest?
The Forest, no.
So it was that early access game that came out like 6 years ago, probably earlier than that. Sorry, later than that. That was you in the forest after a plane crash. You get attacked by all those weird flesh mutants. Ring any bells?
No.
Okay, well, there was a game called The Forest in which you had a plane crash and then you built a little, hut to defend yourself against flesh mutants. It like predates Rust, for example.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
And it was pretty good, but even after it got to 1.0, it was fairly jank. It was fairly like this is a starter project made into early access, and they really did their best, but parts of it are fucky. Sons of the
this
Forest,
was right in the middle of like the survival era. Yeah.
It was kind of like the forest in particular looked visually very, very beautiful, so it helped.
Right.
Sons of the Forest is one of those weird sequels you see in the PC space where they're like, we're just gonna do that game again, but better. It's the same game. It is a helicopter crash into a forest, and you build a little stick hut to defend yourself against flesh mutants.
Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, the difference is that every single part of it feels, works, plays, looks, performs way, way, way better. Just way better. And the weirdest thing that I couldn't understand, I'm playing it and it's in early access. I'm like, why is this game so much more polished and good to play than the older game was when it was like version 1.2 or 1.3, right? Like what is the like how did that happen? And I found out that the game came into early access in February, but that was supposed to be the full release. But they were not happy with the state of the game in its gold state. So instead put it out and saying, no, it's early access, it's a slightly reduced price, and we'll just keep working on it. So like the game, when it came out in early access, was already kind of feature complete.
Man, early access sure can be used.
Weirder.
It's weird, yeah. Like it's kind of like this game is still a work in, not still a work in progress, but the a pre-alpha gameplay kind of little things you'd see on footage, and you'd be like, "Shut the fuck up! Why are you lying?" Like,
and now we're like, the game is done, and then them going, "No, actually, no. I'm telling you, it is no longer done."
Weird,
but you can play it now.
Well, the wet wood looks really good. That's some wet ass looking wood textures. It's good.
It looks really good. Plays really well. It's a much more interesting version, just the way that it works. You have one of those like interfaces where they like you have a backpack that you spread out along the ground, and literally every single thing that you pick up goes somewhere in it. So the crafting is literally grab this and then grab this and put them together. It's cool. But the thing that actually really like took my attention and was like, oh fucking thank God you did this, is that you have an AI helper that crashes with you, who gets injured in the plane crash. He's concussed and goes deaf, like his eardrums explode, named Kelvin. And Kelvin, you can tell Kelvin to do anything. Like, if you're like me and you are not a fucking creative person with these types of survival games, you can go into your pre-made fabricated fucking thing, say, I would like a log cabin. And then the wireframe shows up, and then you place the log cabin down in the spot. And then you go to Kelvin and you say, hey, Kelvin, build this. And You just go ahead and start chopping trees, and he will grab those trees that fall down, and he will fucking just build it for you.
Nice. Okay.
If you're like, hey, Kelvin, can you go get a bunch of sticks and rocks and place them in the stick and rock holder I have made so that I can make stuff? Great, thanks, man. Do you want to go get fish so I don't fucking starve? So if I don't want to do all the survive, I just want to explore, fight mutants. And do, Kelvin will handle it.
That's pretty smart.
He'll do it.
Some people are down for every aspect of it. Some people want to forage but not build. Some people want to build but not forage. That's pretty good.
It works, and he's also there in multiplayer. So it really works because in these types of like, you know, Valheim or whatever, someone usually gets tasked with like some kind of busy work.
Mm-hmm.
No, Kelvin can do the busy work. Kelvin can go gather rocks all day. I don't want to fucking go gather rocks all day. Make Kelvin do it, and then we'll use the rocks to build whatever. Like, he will do the bitch jobs. As a result, yeah, no, that game's way more fun.
Nice.
Like, it's a substantial improvement. Good game, like it. Is it early access? I don't know.
So I assume though that like that's you don't have any features like that in a game like Satisfactory, because the whole point of Satisfactory is
you're gonna build it yourself.
All of that shit.
You're gonna assembly line yourself to the moon.
Yeah. Okay, so here I guess because there's the different aspects, including the zombie.
And so like
shit
Kelvin will make like pre-made structures that you put down, but if you want to use the free building options, then that's gonna be on you. Right. So he can make a tree house, he can make a log cabin, he can make, you know, a stick holder, he can make a fireplace. But if I want to make some kind of Minecraft bullshit out of logs, no, that's going to be on me. But he can gather the logs and place them nearby for me, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Works really well. Really like it. Also, I don't know what company sent me this. Someone sent me a free code for Dead Island 2. Someone did.
Oh.
So the following
saved you $100 Canadian.
It sure did. The following opinions are based on someone who got Dead Island 2 for free. Dead Island 2 is a stupid fucking game, and I don't know if that's good or not. The game's tone is wildly stupid. Like, you start the game and its people is trying to escape LA in a cutscene because of a zombie outbreak. It doesn't even say there's a zombie outbreak in LA. It skips that part and goes right to the part where people are trying to escape.
Mm-hmm.
And the dialogue is relatively good, but there are a couple of like zingers that actually land, so that works well. So overall, it's like stupid in a pleasant way, but it's aggressively fucking stupid. And it is
the flavor of Dead Island supposed to be like
a little stupid.
Yeah,
and it does that.
Zombielandish.
It is also, if you play Dead Island 1, it is Dead Island 1, but in LA, or sorry, Hell A, as they call it in the game's tutorials.
Okay.
You are walking around grabbing sticks, bats, rakes, kitchen knives, etc., slapping batteries onto them or lighting them on fire, and using pretty good melee combat to dissect a bunch of zombies while you wander around a kind of open area that you could play with multiplayer. Of note, it has the most violent gore I've ever seen in anything in my entire life. When you hit a zombie on any part of their body, they have the layer system, right? Like you would see in Dead Space, but it's not a skin layer. It's once you hit them in the head, you can see the brain inside, and the brain has a physics system, so it jiggles when they move.
A lot of gore talk recently in these games.
A lot. When you stomp on a zombie's chest with a bunch of cutting things, you can see into their rib cage, and each individual lung, heart, esophagus, kidney, etc., will jiggle individually per step. So like it is like when you hit them in the face hard enough, the jaw comes off on one side, and then the jaw moves with physics.
Wow. Okay.
It is wildly violent. Like punching your fist through a zombie's full head actually makes me go, oh, like an old lady level of violence. Combined with a really stupid tone.
So the Dead Island 1 teaser was like the big sell on that game, and
it was very emotional.
Right. And now in 2, I remember the trailer was, look at this cool guy dancing his way through the apocalypse.
Which is a lot closer to what that game is actually like.
And then he's just kind of like swagging while killing, and then lands back in his apartment. And...
the game is trash. It's total schlock, but it's very, very enjoyable schlock. Like, actual combat is really satisfying, and the actual story that I engaged with was like actually pretty good and had some good zingers. In particular, there's a weird flex in the game from the cutscene directors. There is a cutscene fairly early on when you arrive at some rich lady's house and they don't want you in because you're bit, but they don't know you're immune, blah, 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 in which somebody threatens you with a gun, right? And goes, don't you come in here, blah, blah, blah. Somebody walks over to them, takes the gun out of their hand, and threatens you with the gun until your character grabs the gun and puts it in their hand and then hands it to a third character who then, and it is, the gun doesn't clip through anyone's hands. It doesn't snap to anybody. It doesn't do anything weird. And it feels like somebody in the 9 years that got to develop on this said, I'm going to make the fanciest like item passing cutscene ever, because it's super, super, super impressive.
Nice. I mean,
and it feels out of place.
That bread flex in Like a Dragon.
It feels a lot like the Yakuza bread, or in Last of Us 2, somebody pulls a shirt off over their head, and it's these little things that everybody will be like, yeah, whatever. It's like, no, you don't get it. That's hard. It's really hard, actually.
See, because you can turn on make no 3D object clip with any other object, make every surface impenetrable, and make the interactions try to simulate reality, and then your game will slow down to a non-existent less than 2 frames per second. It just can't, because there's too much going on in a lot of those cases, and fabric is a whole other thing, and yada yada yada. So doing that manually, frame by frame, keyframe by keyframe, bit by bit, is the difficult but best way to do it. Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting.
Is the game good? I don't know. Seems like it might be bad. It seems like it's bad, but I really liked it.
This is the least helpful review of anything you've ever played ever, just so you know. I don't know. I can't get what you're trying to say, but
Dead Island 2 is the video game equivalent of when you're sitting around and you say, I would like to eat a shitty pizza. Does that like connect with you?
Not a street slice of good street slice quality.
I want, like, sometimes you're like, I would like a shitty pizza. That's the only way I can explain it to you.
Because the times I want shit pizza, what I really want is a street slice that's still good as street food.
Yeah.
You know? But grease it up.
Yeah. That's all I know how to say. Thanks for the free code. Sorry that my end result is describing your game as shitty pizza.
Okay.
Sometimes you want I like, it's weird. Like,
is it like when you want Bell Pro?
Yeah.
Specifically?
Yeah. Exactly,
okay.
like
okay.
That.
Yes. Yeah. When you're craving La Belle Province, which is just low quality Steamies, low quality hamburgers, low quality fries, but they grease up in a way that is you grease it up enough that you're like, no, this is not.
This is what I want.
It's satisfying. It's ticking a box.
Yeah.
It's not. It is all regret, but it's ticking a box. Yeah. Okay.
Somebody in the chat asks, "What's a steamy?" He means a steamed hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could have like a really excellent big fucking kosher hot dog, right? But sometimes you're like, I want a fucking 99-cent steamed hot dog on a fucking cold bun. Like that's what I want. It's shit.
Floating in the fucking water and then tossed onto the same grill that they cooked breakfast on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's a steamed hot dog? It's a hot dog used with steam. Come on. Moving on further. Backpack Hero. You know what Backpack Hero is?
A Montreal hot dog known as a Steamie. I didn't.
Wait, is that? Wait, whoa,
I
really?
didn't know that a Steamie was a Montreal specific thing. That's crazy.
What?
That's crazy.
No way.
My world just shattered. Holy! I'm like, wait, no one has heard of a Steamie. That's weird.
That's why I can't fucking find any out here.
No one knew what I'm like, why are you guys so confused by this? When you put Steamie into Google,
and you steam the hot dog.
Montreal hot dogged.
It's technically cooked, but it's still just kind of a plain hot dog.
Oh my god, they don't.
Yeah, no, it's a great shitty hot dog.
It's shit. It's trash. It scratches an itch.
Oh yeah, no.
Steamie. Yeah, that's a Steamie. Okay, all right. That's a specific thing.
Tastecooking.com says you haven't had a hot dog until you've had a steamer.
And it's called nice. Specifically the Montreal Steamie.
Okay, wow.
Fuck you, Cleveland.
Okay. Sure. All right. Fine. That's weird. All right. So Backpack Hero.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? It's a Attaché case HD with a cute little mouse. And it's
sure is.
That's what it is. It's exactly what it is. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. It's a good game. I hate it.
Is it because you can't unpause it and then go back to playing RE?
No, it's because like it's a deck builder. Like they're just using the inventory concession to hide the fact that it's actually a deck builder. You're building your deck of items in your backpack of things to use, and instead of cards, it's items that have to fit in the grid. So like I'm playing it. I'm like, wow, this is a great game. I will delete it. I will never play it ever again. Everyone should try it. It's really cool. It's quite cheap. It's called Backpack Hero. I can easily see that I am the problem.
What is the problem that is you?
I don't like building up a series of options that I have to use like cards. I don't like it. I don't want to do it.
Okay.
Like I don't want to.
So the rotating and the fitting of the object into this backpack is fine.
Yeah. Oh, it's cute. And in fact, when you level up, you get to add squares to the backpack to make it like one square bigger in this direction and this.
And the little dungeon adventure happening at the bottom of the screen is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But as you acquire inventory...
Like the part where I'm like, oh, should I throw this thing away and so I can get this cleaver and then build on that and build a synergy? And I'm like, oh, now I'm making builds again. I don't want to. Like when I played Backpack Hero, I spoke with folks on Twitter a little bit. I was just going back and forth. I'm like, I don't want builds. I'm done with builds.
Interesting.
Build putting RPG things in games that aren't RPGs. Done with it. I'm over it. Stop it. If I'm playing a paladin in a video game, give me a level up at level 5, 6, 7, 8 that gives me aura, charge, whatever the fuck. Like FF6 was the correct decision. Everybody gets their unique ability, and that's how the character works.
Now, I don't know a lot, but is what you're describing builds? Is that not the whole point of the games like Pillars of Eternity and Pathfinder that like you're super into?
So that's the thing, right? So I've been going back and forth on this, and I brought up Witcher 3 and Pillars of Eternity. It works that because a lot of these games, like Pillars, is like based off of like a D&D template, right? And when I think of Baldur's Gate and Pillars, Yeah, I don't care about customizing my character to do the cool thing. I wouldn't give a shit if the character was the character and learned prescribed level ups. I want to explore, talk to people, do combat, solve puzzles.
So the customization was
story.
never your favorite parts of any of those games.
Get out. I don't care. I'm
wild.
so done. And like some people reference like Monster Hunter, right? Like what about Monster Hunter? You like Monster Hunter, right? I actually liked Monster Hunter way better before I found out that the most optimal way to build your character was to mix and match armor sets to get the best skills. I loved Monster Hunter way, way more back when I was dumber and when I played 3 and 4 and just went, I think that monster's cool. I will wear their armor and that will give me a higher defense value and it will give me skills associated with that monster. And that's a cool little character I'll play.
That's still what I think Monster Hunter is.
No, Monster Hunter is now, hey, did you know if you mix the Diablo's head with the Rathalos chest and the Gaharaja pants, you can actually get critical exploit +7, and that actually leads to blah, 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 blah. No, I don't care. I don't care. Builds, I'm done. I'm so done with builds and anything.
Okay, so for me, that's where I would go, yeah, I'm just going to keep on wearing this Kirin outfit because I like it.
Right. Totally. The problem with the stuff like Pathfinder or like Pillars is like it's giving you like infinity choices. And on top of that, you know what's actually really bothersome to me? I was playing Wrath of the Righteous, right? That's the Pathfinder sequel to Kingmaker. And I'm like, why don't I just try they have auto builds. They have like if you say build my character for me. Mm-hmm. Right? And you learn pretty quickly that like every auto build in every RPG ever is fucking bad. They don't make an average character for you. They make a really bad character
suboptimal. Yeah. Okay. If you have
I don't mean suboptimal. I mean bad. Like not good. Like people who know how the system works go, why the fuck are they giving you these bad abilities automatically?
Okay. Because preset builds, as long as you understand that you're coming with limitations, feels like a decent compromise for too much customization, which some people love. I don't mind having the ability to go in granular when I want to, but zooming out as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but like, are you going to run into walls where your character that's been handed to you will not overcome this challenge?
Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous on normal are pretty hard. Like they're fairly difficult. So I looked up a completely fucking busted Sword Saint build for Pathfinder Kingmaker and made that and sailed through the game because it was busted. And I'm like, I really, really wish that instead of doing that and checking a little guide to make sure I was optimizing correctly, that I could have picked Sword Saint. And then at level 3, I would have gotten an ability, and 4, I would have gotten an ability. And that I would like to play designed character classes rather than choose your own adventure. Now you've made a mistake. Good job, character classes.
What's funny about Monster Hunter, though, as you're bringing this up, that's interesting, is like even if you ignored that little like piece by piece of your armor buffs and stuff, there's still what I find initially overwhelming, and still do, is but the amount of inventory and items and consumables you're cooking and eating and doing before each fight is almost like you're putting those little micro buffs on you anyway. Yeah. Except instead of being innate to your equipment, it's just a consumable that you then have to go farm later.
Congratulations. You have now found my second most hated about this thing. One of the things I really liked about Pillars of Eternity is that Sawyer discovered, hey, you know what everyone hates? Having to do the same buff before every single combat encounter. If you are doing the same buff every single time you fight, then you might as well just remove it.
Listen, I know that MMOs are really fun with friends and yada yada. In my brain, when I think about walking by my roommate's room and he's playing WoW and doing the raids, all I see in my head are a bunch of characters in WoW in Warsong Gulch doing this thing, and then that, and then...
This is perfect, okay?
And I'm like, is this game just standing outside of caves and buffing a party?
Okay,
is that
so
is that the whole thing?
So WoW, particularly WoW Classic, when WoW Classic came back, and some friends of mine that were playing WoW Classic, it was discovered that because WoW Classic is really old now, the game's like 9, 10, 15 years old, whatever, right? Everybody knows where you can get all the buffs, right? So raid stuff would start to happen, and what became the problem was, hey guys, we're going to raid Onyxia, right? Okay, we're all going to go as a group, and we're going to go here, 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 here. And we're going to kill this, kill that, get that, get that, get that. So that we'll have 95 fucking buffs on ourselves. So that when we go in, we're at the optimal. Oh, someone wiped it. Time to do that again. Right? FF14, at the very, like, for all of its fucking faults, right? There used to be Protect in the game, and there used to be Stone Skin in the game. Why? Because those are classic abilities for white mages in Final Fantasy. You put Protect, everybody takes a little less damage. You put Stone Skin, okay, people can absorb a certain amount of damage before they get hurt, right? These are classic FF abilities. They're part of the white mage thing. That's why they put them in. You'll put them in before a fight. And I don't remember when it was. I want to say it was around Stormblood, but it's not important. They did a letter from the producer, and they're like, we're just going to remove Protect and Stone Skin from the game because you use them before every single fight in the entire game.
Okay.
It it might as well not exist. That we're using a button so that there's no reason for it to exist. It's gone. Get out of here.
It's did you forget to use it? Now it's a bit harder. Yeah.
And there were a lot of class abilities that were like, make sure you come into the fight with a full gauge, stuff like that. And so those things have either made it so that you can't enter into combat with a full gauge anymore, or you start every combat with a full gauge no matter what, because they're like, you want to just be able to just, like, used to be, before the fight, you would have to put a timer out, and the timer had to be a minimum of like 23 seconds long, because the ninja had to do their thing, and they had to give their buff, and they dispel the buff, and the white mage had to do this, and the scholar had to do this, blah, 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 blah. And the minimum amount of time, I want to say, is 23 seconds. Which meant every time you fucking failed, you have to say, is everybody ready? Okay, I'm going to start a 23-second countdown before we can attack the boss, because you have to do this and do this, do this, do this, and then you have to cancel that, and then you have to do trick, and then blah, 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 right? All that shit got fucking removed. So now my friends and I pull in like 10 or 15 seconds. Just get rid of it. There's no point in buffs you have to do every time. There's no point.
Yeah. So I'm thinking back to just every time I saw that, and I'm like, okay, there is a circumstance where I think pre-fight buffing is cool, and it's a very specific circumstance.
Yeah.
It's when you've been killed by a Dark Souls boss 20 times, but you've learned it, and you have it right there, and you go, all right, fuck this. And you walk up to the door, and you take your shield off, and you go, this is the one. And you drink, and you walk through the door to do it that one time. That's when I'm like, yeah, that feels like a dramatic moment that you built towards because you've had everything up to that point. That's where I think it feels cool.
So it's funny because like Josh Sawyer was like the lead designer on Pillars of Eternity and came to the thing of like no pre-fight buffs. And he came to that conclusion after playing through, I think, Baldur's Gate 2 again. And I actually had played through Baldur's Gate 2 relatively recently, so I was like right there in the same mindset. When you're in the final dungeon in Baldur's Gate 2, here's what you're going to do. You're going to get your cleric out. What are they going to do? They're going to cast Protection of Evil 10 feet. Then they're going to cast Bless. Then they're going to cast Prayer. Then the mage is going to cast Haste. Then the the mage is going to set up their auto spells, which are going to fire off like wilting aura and all these things at a certain amount, but you have to custom do those, blah, 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 blah. You're going to say protection from fire or energy or death or paralysis or whatever the fuck. You can turn spirit armor on. You're going to do all these fucking things. You're going to put thorns for druids, blah, 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 blah. This takes like multiple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're going to have the fight. And you're probably going to win. And you're barely going to survive. Then you're going to full rest. And then you're going to find the next enemy pack. And then you're going to have the cleric cast protection from evil 10 feet. Bless. Prayer.
Do it again.
And so on and so forth. And I beat the super dungeon in Baldur's Gate 2. And it is like half the time of that was full resting and then buffing my fucking party like it's a pre-flight checklist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So when I get 10 years from then and I'm playing Monster Hunter World and my friend is like, hey, make sure to use your armor skin and demon drug.
Take the demon drug.
Every time you go back to camp.
Yep.
And I'm like, fucking God, I hate it.
Yeah.
Of this.
As much as I'm like anti-consumable, like when you have that limited special use case, this is the one time I believe in it, that's cool. When it becomes the ritual for every single fucking encounter, that's so...
Now someone in the chat says, and they're completely right, you don't have to do that in Monster Hunter. And they're completely right. Except for the fact that there are times that I squeaked by the skin of my teeth at near death with no resources left and survived something that I probably wouldn't have otherwise because I used that stupid buff, which means I would have failed if I hadn't. And then as soon as that happens, it's like, oh, well, I should be doing that. And like anything that is every time should just be automated. Like that's one of the things that FF12 actually did really smart because it had some of that stuff. But you just tell the NPCs to just do it, and they'll just do it at the start of a fight.
Didn't they make the international version where they just did the job system instead?
Kind of. You were still picking. It had the jobs were like more clearly delineated on the board.
Okay. So builds and then consumables that you stack up.
You know what? Fuck it. Just go. Get out.
Okay.
Go. I'm done. I'm so done. Get out of here.
I know what you want. You want a character select screen.
Yeah.
And I want one too. I
want a character select screen. I want a defined built character. I don't want to customize it. I want to customize it by picking my character. That's the part that I want to customize. I want to customize it by picking Paladin, and then it plays like a Paladin. And to those of the people who are like, but that's what like a tabletop RPG is like, or whatever. It's like, no, actually, I like when I play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and Pillars and all those games, like I wanted to explore, talk to NPCs, like do dungeons, like everything in the game except for the character screen. It's constantly infuriating.
When you're building a tabletop character, right? Some people fill out the sheet and just go, "All right, let's go." I remember I had friends who wanted the sheet mostly filled out for them. Like it was like, yeah, just let me get to the basics of my spell picking or my abilities, but the numbers you can just roll that in advance, yada yada. But then some people are like, okay, my beard is gray, but my eyebrows are black,
right?
And they spend the time pointing out the details, and it's totally, I mean, it's an imagination game, so you can sit there and do that as much as you want. The ability to zoom in and zoom out is not taking anything away. When you're forced to do that, however, I can see how that makes it infinitely less fun if you're just like not enjoying that granularity.
Like, so, folks have in the chat are saying like, Pat sounds like he just wants to play a JRPG. I'm like, yeah, no, I really like JRPGs.
Mm.
And it's like, I still think for any game based on a tabletop or any of this style, yeah, you know what? You absolutely should always have this level of customization because people like that. Just make the default option fine. Not even good, but fine instead of actively bad. Like, even in Mass Effect, the auto level up is terrible. It's awful.
I also feel like I'm thinking of like mecha games where you can change out limbs, parts, and individual aspects, and it's like as much as I love me my fucking robots, I feel I'm going to often, for the most part, pick something that doesn't go. I'm gonna keep it at a level where I'm like I'm gonna spend some time on my paints, on my decals, and things like that. But I'm going to stick to broad categories, and I'm not necessarily going to go into the finer details just because I have those available to me. You know, there's a level that I feel comfortable stopping at with each aspect, and you know, +2 here, -2 there. In Phantom Brigade, for example, you can go really in depth on each of those machines. But I'm kind of fine to just change the shotgun to a pistol and.
Yeah.
You know, give me some boost legs here, you know, and make them look like red. Yeah, interesting. Okay.
So yeah, that's why I don't like Backpack Hero.
Fair enough. I'm amazed because I'm just like all these games that you know historically have gone through and have been like pushing have been all about these aspects, and I just always assumed naturally that like that's the part that was selling you. Yeah.
Hey, hold on. Let me send you a screenshot. Can you read out the details on this screenshot that I'm sending you right now? This is from my Steam library.
Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, playtime 100 hours.
And
1 achievement out of 121.
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, I'm sick of that.
Got it. Okay.
Somebody asked in the chat, how do I like Chained Echoes? Okay, so I've been playing a different style of game called Chained Echoes, which is a Kickstarter game that wants to be Chrono Trigger.
Oh,
it's
another
fucking
one of these.
Great.
There's a couple of those. All right.
Yeah. It's fucking great. It's gorgeous. The music is fantastic. The story is interesting. It controls well. All of its systems are very interesting, but not too crazy or not too fucking deep. It's nice and comfy and streamlined and chill, and it's great.
Okay.
And I have characters that I play as in it that have abilities that they have a short list of. And you get to pick those abilities, but you can get damn near all of them if you want. You can choose from you get there's like a little batch of like these are the abilities you'll get between levels 1 and 10. And 4 are active, 4 are passive, and 4 are stats. Okay, so I'll just get all the active ones. Great. Fine, cool.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, that game looks great. Chained Echoes is fantastic.
Yeah, shout outs to we're going to emulate Chrono Trigger like aesthetics, but way better animation.
Way better than it could have been.
Way crisper in the sprite detail. Like it's starting out and then building on top of that. Yeah, this is gorgeous.
Hey, I want to point out a lot of good chat comments during me talking about this. Somebody asks, what about Final Fantasy Tactics? That's the best question. Final Fantasy Tactics was the last time I enjoyed customizing my character. That was the last time I enjoyed customizing my character and trying to figure out all the cool things. And the reason for that being is because Final Fantasy Tactics is, hey, I would like a a dragoon that can have the samurai ability where you grasp blades, and that's it. That's what I want the character to be. So it's a dragoon, and I picked an ability that I liked from a different class. Done. Over. I'm done now.
So what broke you right after that?
Nothing ever was good ever again.
Okay, you didn't play a game that just hit a screen and were paralyzed for choice and went, fuck this.
Oh no, that was like every game after that,
Okay.
including Final Fantasy Tactics. You remember earlier today, I'm like, I downloaded a 400-page guide for FF7.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that was like, what is the best way to use materia? Because I'm not super sure how to use materia. And then I learned, I went, oh, okay, that's fine. And then didn't need the guide anymore. Same thing with Final Fantasy Tactics. I read a tips and tricks guide about how the jobs worked and went, oh, okay, I would like a Dragoon that can have the monk abilities and then has blade crafts. Okay, good, simple, easy, understandable. Then I played Torment and Baldur's Gate and all that shit. And I'm like, fuck, do I hate making a character in Dungeons and Dragons 2.0. Fuck, do I hate that. I'm going to say Baldur's Gate was what opened my fucking eyes and said, wow, I hate this. I have a million bad decisions to make, and if I don't do it correctly, I will lose.
What are you doing in 14?
There's nothing to do in 14. Your character is your character is your character.
But I mean, at first, there was a lot of decisions to make.
No, there were not. There were really not.
How so?
14 does not have character customization.
So
it
you
is
pick
very linear.
So you pick your job and then you just
your job
maximize...
it plays how it plays.
Okay.
And it has the abilities that it does.
And once you maximize, once you cap off at whatever job, you switch to another job, and then that's set.
Maybe, or like let's say I play Dark Knight. That's the class I play nearly exclusively, right? Dark Knight, you play it to the best of your ability, and then some nerd on the Balance Discord comes up with the rotation, which is the best way to do damage on a 2-minute rotation. And then you learn that, and then that is the way the character plays for 2 years.
Okay, so there's no version of a Dark Knight that someone's using where they bought a couple of different skills.
No, every skill you get on level up, every skill is used a certain way. It is prescriptive.
Okay. And that's optimal, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Like there was a thing way back where Black Mage in that game, what they do is they use an ice spell, then they use a fire spell, and there's like a charge that passes between them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a correct Black Mage rotation. Every expansion somebody figures it out, and it's like, this is the sequence of buttons that you hit in the right order on a 2-minute rotation, and it's called a rotation because you just do it over and over and over. It's the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But some people were like, no, I'm a ice mage. I'm only going to use ice spells. And it's like, congrats, you are now playing at 2% of your character's strength, and you are terrible. And the character doesn't work like that, and you're actually complete dead weight. Like, there's no individuality in the way you play an FF14 character. You can play it. You can play it right.
No player expression.
None. Zero. Absolutely none. In 14, you're playing the character right or you're playing the character wrong. And that makes me really comfortable.
I see. See, this is hilarious because in FF6 just now, I took Edgar and I made him an imp, and I gave him a fucking the imp gear paladin dragoon boot shit, and made him do the maximum. There was a build in the sense that I gave him the stuff to make a certain thing happen that was synergistic, you know? It only involved a synergy of like 2 pieces of equipment, really.
Sure.
But there was a thought behind that. And then I also had that going hand in hand with Umaro, who would... no, not Umaro, with a little kid. Wow. Gao, who would then levitate everybody, and then earth magic would cast and destroy everything while we were levitating above it, you know? And I was like, oh, okay, I have a party and a system that kind of works here, and it feels like a synergistic thing was created.
Yeah, okay.
But that wasn't the only way to play them, certainly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want to make my player expression at the character select screen. It's like it's the number. I think it's the number one reason I like fighting games. Because a fighting game character is defined and it is a rock solid pile of tools. I like character action. I don't have to fucking sit there and decide what stats Dante needs to level up. I just have all of his moves. And if I want to use those moves, I'll use them.
At the same time, though, right, when Snake Eyes plays Zangief,
yeah,
he is installing the threat of the SPD while never actually going for it. And
Absolutely.
That's what he's known for.
Yeah.
Right? Koji Kog is going to roll up and start going wild with fucking T-Hawk in a way that nobody else has ever seen, because that's not how you fucking
absolutely
are supposed to.
You're completely right, Wooly, and I totally get that. And that's why when I play Street Fighter, I can fully understand and internalize and use different styles of play for the same character. But when I look at Mortal Kombat X with the fucking style bullshit, or fucking Injustice 2 that has the goddamn
3 styles, 3 grooves,
the fucking armor that you put on the fucking character, I start to throw up.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like the armor shit either. That's a really annoying example that I wish they didn't do. Picking variable grooves with a set character is something I don't mind as much. Obviously, you know, CVS2 with the fucking CAPSNK to pick from opened that game up massively. I think, though, we all can agree that, like, Gems was where 100% of players checked out.
I live in a world of gems.
Yeah,
all the genres
everyone
I
checked
like,
out at Gems.
All the genres that I like tell me to use gems, and I'm like, I don't care.
For
I
anyone
played
who
RPGs for their fucking stories and exploring shit and the combat. I don't care about the gems.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Or Gogi. Exactly. You're the Gogi system. Pick your individual little... If you land 3 kicks, now you activate 10% extra damage on all your kick buttons for a couple seconds.
I'm gonna throw myself out the fucking window trying to learn this. I don't want to. Get away from me.
Okay.
Anyway, so that's why...
That's Backpack Hero.
Backpack Hero is pretty good, but it's not for me. It's not for me.
Was this clip? Was this called Backpack Hero? I think this went elsewhere. I think.
Yeah, I might have.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
I also played something called Dread Delusion, which is so I talked about Lunacid last week, and Lunacid is like a Kingsfield, like fake ass PS1 game. Dread Delusion is also a fake ass PS1 game, but instead of Kingsfield, it wants to be Morrowind. It is a fucking weird ass looking PS1 style open world RPG in the style of Morrowind, with lots of weird mushrooms and wobbly graphics and bad textures. That
specifically Morrowind.
Yeah, that is super interesting and like just is so charming and so weird and cool, and I think it's radical.
This is cool, but it's unlocking a memory.
It is like horrible looking, but it's also really charming.
I hate old, like, okay, retro 3D that is like PS1 and above era. That's like you know, Bloodborne, PSX, and that type of shit.
Yeah.
Looks fucking awesome, but I hate static textures that can't stay static. Like,
so
that
it's
constant
really funny.
Jitter thing bugs me.
It's really funny because like part of that retro thing is like Dread Delusion has an option: wobbly graphics, wobbly textures. You can turn those on or off if you so desire.
Okay.
It is one of the weirdest things is the PS1 not being able to fucking anchor a texture in 3D space becoming like a hallmark of that era of video games. Like It is very, very normal to look at Dread Delusion and be like, I hate this texture thing. I hate it so much. Get it out of here. Go into the options and turn it off.
Yeah.
It's right there.
I have no problem standing inside of a box with a unlit wooden texture on all sides, like swinging and killing enemies or whatever. But the wood that won't stop moving and and every time you turn the camera, it freaks
stretches.
the fuck out. Yeah. I want that off. I want it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that game's really cool. It's fascinating. Super interesting location. It plays old school, but not too old school. Like your buttons do what you would expect them to do instead of like when you swing your sword, they don't roll a dice to tell you if you hit. You just hit. Not like that old shit. It's fascinating. It's super cool.
All right.
That's pretty much all I played this week, and also the rocks. Builds were a mistake. Characters are cool. That's what I have to say. Does it have builds though? Yeah, actually, Dread Delusion does have builds, but leveling in that game seems really easy, so you can actually get tons of stats very easily.
One last question, because again,
Builds were a mistake.
What do you love about Fallout?
Fallout?
Yeah.
Exploring the area and talking to people.
Okay. Not the unique version of the Fallout character that you can build out.
No.
Okay. Because everything people used to talk about in that game was like how you could build such crazy fucking characters that like broke the world and made
totally.
Could,
yeah, I don't care. I want to talk to some guy who is too old to go to war about like a bunch of stupid stories he had down at the lake.
Okay. Yeah, if only everything. No. In a world like Disco Elysium, where the setting is like the selling point, like
yeah, Disco's a really great example because people are like, but it doesn't have any combat, and I'm like, who gives a shit that it doesn't have any combat?
The setting is the selling point, but like to me, inside of Harry is also the setting.
Yeah,
and you can you can zoom into that too in a way that it feels like it's all the same thing, you know. So okay, cool, interesting. All right, I'm gonna take another bathroom break.
Yeah, same here. I gotta piss.
BRB. So, let's take a quick word from our sponsors this week.
I love you, sponsors. You're my favorite sponsors.
Okay. This week, the podcast is sponsored by HelloFresh.
I love you, HelloFresh.
Hello, Fresh. That's what you're going to say when you open the door and the food arrives fresh.
That's what I say. I get the HelloFresh to my door. I say, hello, fresh.
Yes.
Then I eat it.
The freshness is waiting right there for you. And that is why they've been, adequately named for the service, because you have to greet that freshness as you get the food.
You have to.
Farm fresh, pre-proportioned, seasonal recipes right to your doorstep. That's the key word.
Even a dum-dum like me could make good food with this food and instructions.
And the instructions, it's not even like there's multiple pages to them. It's one card.
Page.
You look at the card. It's like a flashcard that says...
What the card tell me to do? I'm going to do it.
Make the food. So, you want to take the hassle out of mealtime. You want to get good food on a regular basis. You want to be able to save on the grocery costs that pile up. You want to save time on having to go do those constant top-ups. You can get yourself some HelloFresh coming straight to you, quick and easy, ready in 15 minutes or less. They've got tons of recipes, over 40 to pick from, and over 100 seasonal convenience items to choose from each week as well. So whatever your lifestyle, whatever type of diet you have, they've got tons of options for you. You can top up, you can switch sides, you can get snacks, you can get lunches, just a massive amount of things to choose from. And you know that they can do a better job than you can because they're the pros.
So let me sell you, man. When I go to the grocery store with my wife, we're standing there and she's like, "Hey Pat, what do you want for dinner?" And I'll be quite honest, my brain it goes completely blank in this moment. Completely blank. I have nothing. So eventually I just go, spaghetti? Right? And then that repeats like multiple times a week.
Spaghetti.
With the HelloFresh, you know what they do? They give you a list of things to choose from, and then I can make them. And I can look like a big adult man.
So take all that trash and say, goodbye, stale. And then open your door and say, hello, fresh.
You could be like, hey, fresh.
Sup.
Sup.
Go to HelloFresh.com/SuperBeast50 and use code SuperBeast50 for 50% off, plus your first box ships free. Once again, that's HelloFresh.com/SuperBeast50, and you use the code SuperBeast50, and you're going to get 50% off, plus your first box ships free.
Are you sick of too many choices to build your meal at the grocery store? Pick a good build that HelloFresh has provided for you and the instructions on how to make it.
Yeah, man. I know Punch Bomb's been hooked on the mushroom pasta mix that we've been getting. That's delish. So keep it simple. Get the good stuff. That's America's #1 meal kit. Thanks, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by PayPal Honey.
Hey, PayPal Honey, what's up?
The easy way to save when you're shopping on the phone or on the computer. Even on your iPhone now. So it's real simple. Part of the moving process here for me has been a lot of quick little orders online, little doodads and doohickeys. Can't always make a trip to the hardware store. In some cases, it's like, they don't have what I'm looking for, or
you're like, darn, I'm missing like one pseudo rare screw or fasten or whatever.
There's been lots of little doohickeys around the house that I've been shopping online for. And PayPal Honey is available both on the phone and on the computer. That is the type of thing that comes in handy when you're shopping for exactly these kinds of things. When you get to that checkout point, instead of just clicking, all right, finalize, you instead click on apply coupons. And then Honey is going to search, find whatever discounts it can for your cart. And then you watch the prices drop. Just that simple. So it's already come in handy for me quite a bit. And yeah, I appreciate the variety because it's not just, of course, little around the house things, but you can get yourself some tech. You can get if you're shopping for clothing, if you're shopping for even foods as well. It works on a ton of your favorite sites to shop with. So, yeah, you can activate it on Safari and save on the go. If you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. And by getting it, you're doing yourself a solid and supporting the show. So you can get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
The podcast this week is also sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash.
DoorDash is all about getting you what you want when you need it. You
open the door and you say dash.
That's the speed at which they dash to you. And you point to the door first, of course. And you go, door. And then dash is the onomatopoeia of the dasher who goes pew.
It's like zoom or like fast, but dash is like a operative action word.
And as soon as they dash away, in the smoke left behind is that favorite thing you wanted from the local store that you want to get it from.
I wanted the thing from my store, and I wanted to eat it, and I wanted to put it in my mouth, but I didn't want the door dasher to look at me while I picked it up because it's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gone now, so I can eat it.
Pop, pop. That's it. Dash in, dash out. Backdash, in fact. Pretty useful. But yeah, you can get yourself whatever you're looking for from a lot of partners. In fact, when I say a lot, I mean over 300,000. And, of course, all the local go-tos, all the places you love to order from, all the major chains. Whatever you're looking for, you can get it quickly delivered, as well as convenience items from the corner store. So quick little top-ups. You can get that stuff dropped off, dashed straight to you as well. And they've got best-in-class customer support. So whatever your issues, you can get in and discuss with a timely resolution. And if you want more value, they've got the Dash Pass available now as well, where you can save on your grocery and restaurant favorites with 0 delivery fees on all eligible orders. So get 50% off your first DoorDash order up to a $10 value when you use the code BEAST at checkout. Limited time offer, terms apply. That's 50% off up to a $10 value on a $15 minimal subtotal and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter the code BEAST. Don't forget code BEAST for 50% off your first order with DoorDash. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Last but not least...
Definitely not.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Echoes of History, Assassins versus Templars.
Wait a second. That sounds like that Assassin's Creed stuff.
What would you do to save humanity, and how far would you go to stop someone who was getting in your way?
A lot.
The ancient rivalry of Assassins and Templars cuts to the heart of good versus evil, and it's not always clear who is right and who is wrong.
I'm Team Templar. I'll tell you that right now.
What? That's horrible. Assassins forever, man.
You would say that.
They get to run on rooftops. What are you talking about?
They all get to run on rooftops, Wooly.
Travel back in time and explore the captivating world of medieval feuds in the historical podcast, Echoes of History, Assassins vs. Templars, a special collaboration between History Hit and Ubisoft, the masterminds behind the Assassin's Creed games. Hosted by Dan Snow from the History Hit and Matt Lewis from Gone Medieval, The 8-episode season will take a close look at the real history of secret societies, which inspired the Assassin's Brotherhood and the Templar Order in Assassin's Creed games. Every episode, they're joined by other premier historians to do a deep dive into the Crusades, unearthing the myths of the Grail, and discovering the real people who inspired key characters from the game. Whether you're a fan of Assassin's Creed video games or simply curious about history, this season of Echoes of History will take you on an epic journey through the hidden corridors of power, intrigue, and conspiracy in the 12th century. So, Echoes of History, Assassins vs. Templars podcast is available right now wherever you get your podcasts. Listen and subscribe to Echoes of History today to discover the hidden truths that may have shaped our world and inspired the video game series. That's Echoes of History wherever you get your podcasts. Listen today and subscribe for more.
Thanks, Echoes of History.
Yeah, don't be a Templar. That's
no,
lame.
they're cool.
What's going on this week?
Whoa, okay, that's good. All right, hey, what's going on in the world this week? We have a lot of different directions to go here.
There's a couple of them to go in.
Many of which happened today.
Yeah. Unfortunately, none about some of my favorite video game companies. It would have been great to find some news about some of my favorite companies, but we can start with that knock on your door.
What's that? Who's that? Is that the fucking Pinkertons? Why would the Pinkertons be at my house?
It's a goddamn suit and tie mob showing up at your address because we hear that there's some contraband in this house, which may or may not have come from an illegal acquisition of Magic the Gathering cards. So, damn, yeah, you thought it was Knuckles, but it wasn't.
No, it was the Pinkertons.
Wild story. So this is one of those ones that I saw this morning. Yeah. A YouTuber that covers Magic the Gathering content was able to accidentally acquire an unreleased pack of Magic the Gathering cards.
I really want to point out it's really important how he accidentally acquired these. They sent him the wrong items in the mail.
So what it sounds like is by the existing product was March of the Machine, and the new thing that's not out yet is March of the Machine Aftermath. And it seems as if they were sent the wrong thing. Aftermath.
Yeah, the guy he buys his cards from sent him the wrong thing.
So, as a result of getting that early and before street date,
so he put up a video,
made some content with it, and the results of that were then at his doorstep. The Pinkertons, the actual group from the 18 whatevers that were hired for union busting purposes throughout the years and would knock heads. And
if you're not totally familiar, just imagine scary goons sent to do scary goon shit at your house.
In the gray, that operate in the gray, you know, dudes with blackjacks and an old timey New York accents, which for some reason I still imagine they sound like.
Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, like, it's 2023 and they're like,
Regardless, they sent some big men to his house to scare the shit out of him because he accidentally received some cards before street date.
And terrified his wife in what he was describing as an unsolicited, unwelcome, just Saturday morning visit to his private property to ask him some questions and to recover the stolen product for Wizards of the Coast.
They threatened him with jail time as well.
And Wizards of the Coast did confirm that they hired private detectives as part of their ongoing investigation. So the YouTuber Old School MTG basically, explained that they came over and they were coming to collect stuff, and they threatened jail time, and they wanted to get the product back. They wanted to figure out where the hole was, and they wanted to ask and interrogate and figure out.
That's the hole. It was a minor mistake.
And they did say that they would compensate them a little by sending some other product. So a couple of booster boxes coming your way, kid. Just you tell us where it is. This is the second story I can recall where fucking goons were sent on behalf of
it was the Rockstar guy, right?
I was thinking of Nintendo with the 3D with the 3DS.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so it's the third one.
Okay, so it appears that somewhere in the playbook of a number of companies, when things get into a legally gray situation where, I don't know, you fucked up yourself,
escalate to goons immediately, right now.
Right? And you're not like, uh-oh, this is not a clean cease and desist situation, and lawyers wouldn't quite cut it here. Send the Thug Squad, apparently. We in the streets, playa, get your mail.
They didn't attempt to even ask him to pull the video down first. The first response was find out where he lives and send men there.
Like the fact that on multiple companies, like playbook of operations, this is a thing, you know? And yeah, this is not the first time it's happened. Is obviously fucking wild. Rightfully, the story's blown the fuck up because so you doxed at some point, you found an address, you showed up uninvited in person, you scoped out the situation, right? Who knows if you were out on the block seeing what was going on, like over your stupid fucking cards, which you made a mistake in sending to the wrong place. Like that's
Coast seems like they're run by bad people, like more than the usual bad people. Like the really aggressively stupid and short-sighted ones.
Yes, there are stories about Sega in the 90s working with the Yakuza to kidnap that developer's sister or some crazy shit like that as well.
Good news, everyone. Sega will no longer be working with any hired muscle to threaten you and kidnap your sister, because now SEGA of America is gonna have a union. So it will no longer be criminals threatening you to not leak that Sega game. It'll be you good-ass union boys coming down to your house to tell you to stop fucking up that shit.
Oh, Local 18? Coming to knock? See what's going on? Yeah. So that's the second piece, is a supermajority of employees at SEGA of America have voted to unionize, making it the first multi-department video game union in the U.S. Multi-department is a pretty big deal, especially because the ones we've heard about have been like QA or, you know, the programming to the dev team or so and so. Like this is a large,
this is a big arm of an existing company. SEGA of America is huge.
They specify as well supermajority as the, like, it wasn't just a 50% or slightly above that all agreed. They filed it with the NLRB and will go by the name Allied Employees Guild Improving Sega, A.K.I. AEGIS.
That's great.
Isn't that a hell of an acronym?
It is. It is a good one.
Fucking,
and you know what?
AEGIS.
You know what I'm looking forward to? Mm-hmm. I am now looking forward to maybe not Yakuza 8, maybe not Like a Dragon 8, but maybe 9, where the plot takes place where Ichiban has to infiltrate a wildly corrupt union that are actually running the Yakuza out of town, and how they're abusing the legal framework of the union to actually be a form of super organized crime. Ooh, scary union. Ooh.
Why wait for Yakuza 9 when you can look forward to Yoko Taro's upcoming Sega is Evil and Runs the World video game?
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
404 game reset coming soon. Like, it's right there. It's right there.
Right.
Yeah, members of AEGIS, all across the board. Um, what's gonna be interesting, I find too, is like we've heard a lot of stories with the unions that are coming out of course, Western studios. This is one of the first ones coming out of a Japanese and American branch of a studio.
Right.
We're gonna see situations like this where you have the Sega of America employees unionized, but the Sega of Japan employees not.
That's good. That's weird.
That's very weird. But it's absolutely a reality, you know? And it's going to be like literally just cultural and country labor laws.
Yeah,
You know?
like the labor differences culturally between those two countries, they weren't weird enough. Right? Now it's
So
different planets.
it's going to be fucking insane because like exactly like now you have like a force that's going to fight for better benefits for the employees, and you have the dinosaur boneyard that's locked down the way it is.
One of the
Um,
oldest dinosaur boneyards.
and it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. So how fucking weird would it be to have someone be transferred from Sega Japan over to the US offices and just be like, fuck this, I'm never going back, if
It
they're
is
able to get like that benefits and all kinds of extra shit, you know? Like it's in the same company. Like
it's gonna be
very
it's gonna
weird.
be really sad for all the members of Sega of America when Sega of Japan decides that they will in fact roll in publishing duties for global operations into Sega of Japan, and that Sega of America is just, we found out we didn't need a whole separate branch in the US. Actually, we just yeah, it was actually a whole lot of bloat that we could have gotten rid of years ago. We're just going to make a new branch in Sega of Japan for American global relations.
What are the odds?
What are the goddamn odds?
Operation Aegis Strike begins now.
So I think so. Usually, the Walmart would kill the Walmart that
Of
unionizes,
course.
kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think, like, I joke. I think Sega of America is like too important to just kill.
Yeah,
They handle the publishing for
you
like
can't do that. Now
one of the major game regions. Like,
so here's another thing. Sega Sammy Holdings,
mhm.
which is above all of that, entirely Japanese. I don't know that they even have a U.S. office.
I don't
That
think they do.
Yeah. Um. Uh. Oh no! They do. They do.
They
Sega
do?
Sammy Holdings has U.S. Offices as well. Okay, so unionization is pretty contagious, and that could hypothetically
Insidious, you mean?
that type of thought could hypothetically keep going up the chain, but yeah, and it would be great if so. But like I'm just kind of like, what is the result of a Japanese company looking at better benefits overseas, gonna be? What's their response to that kind of
I
thing?
don't know.
Is it like
So I'm not personally familiar with the state of labor in Japan, but I cannot possibly assume that it is a highly unionized workforce.
from what I hear from people that were in it, not great. Stories about really awful conditions, if you can believe it, which have led to recent reform laws on work hour restrictions that were not in place for forever. And karoshi is still a thing. People still drop dead. So, yeah, not
So
fantastic, as you can imagine.
Japan has an average unionization rate of about 18%. So I assume the organizational structure of Japan's labor unions is overwhelmingly dominated by enterprise unions. I don't know what the difference that is. Regardless, this might be actually good for folks working in Japan, because if the Sega, like, because the American branches of Japanese companies are always viewed as like lesser than. They're not the real company, right? They're the foreign branch.
Mm-hmm.
But if they start getting it better, then the people in the real company, maybe that'll lead to a positive change.
But it
Or
also
a lot of resentment.
This is the thing. I think I think two things can be true. I think we can see a simultaneous response to this where the sister company is changing, and meanwhile in Japan, with things being the way they are and a long way to go before anything gets better for labor, I could see the higher ups getting way more aggro and defensive because of what's happening, and I could see the employees wanting more change and wanting more benefits, but these two things heightening in their aggression.
I have to say it's fairly strange because like Sega of Japan already has non-corporate organizational structures that look like a union. They're just not a union exactly.
Well, do they have the reach? Do they have the access, the power, and do they have the bargaining ability? I mean, do they negotiate on behalf of their members?
Legally.
I see.
So, like, who knows? Maybe there could be a wonderful integration on the way.
They do have ferocity that one might say is kind of like a dragon.
Yeah, you could say that. Yes, that would be a thing you could say. Yes,
understood. Okay, got it. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting thing to watch unfold. I'm not too sure what it is, but at the very least, when something attempts to unionize here and then like it gets like fought back against and like and pushed back on, there's a lot of reference point in place for Game Union Workshop and all these things to go like, here's a group of people that have all the information, here's a group of people that have like set this up and can help get these things in place. And I feel like, yeah, Japan's like not about to fucking get going anywhere close to that anytime soon. Anyways,
fascinating about this, you know how Blizzard and those people were trying to unionize, and people at Raven Software were getting the QA people to unionize.
Yep.
Did you notice we didn't hear about the Sega one until it was done?
Yeah, came out of nowhere, and here it is.
Yeah, the people at Sega of America are way better at unionizing than the other places because they didn't get caught, they didn't get shuffled. None of them got reassigned to places that they fucking disappeared from. They just did it.
Now, the news that broke was that they filed for union election. So it sounds as if there are still a couple extra steps that have to take place. But legally, it doesn't seem like it can be stopped at this point.
If you take the vote and then you file it with whatever, a government coalition you have to file it with, you're already unionized. You just need to get the thing off the ground.
The National Labor Relations Board.
Yeah.
And that's 144 employees across how many departments? QA, localization, live service, marketing, product development. Yeah.
I think the fact that they're the American branch probably helped them out a lot because all they had to do was not tell like the two guys who talked to the Japanese branch. Right? Is everyone in on this? Yes, 142 yeses. Do you think Jimmy and Billy will be down with it? Doesn't matter. 142 out of 144.
A message for Game Union, for a message for game developer unions.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Just shut the fuck up.
You will eat when the food is ready. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, it's really important to note that when you're going to try and set up your union, you know who is the motherfucker in the office that will fucking snitch you all out. Don't tell him. Don't try and win that guy over. Fuck him. Ignore him. Take him out to the pizza place while everybody else discusses the union.
So that's what's happening. And in the meantime, speaking of unions, I suppose, I don't know what they'd have to say about this, but that Blizzard story has escalated quite a bit with NetEase since they're now getting sued to the tune of 43 million to refund players and recoup investments.
So there's merch that they can't sell. There's, stuff like that. There's collateral that they have that they can't use. But also, yeah, those people deserve refunds.
So
They
part
took
one of
the game away due to a publishing dispute.
yeah, part one of the story a couple weeks ago was that there was a sudden server shutdown in China when NetEase was no longer supporting the Blizzard servers for World of Warcraft and Overwatch and all the major online Blizzard games, and they could not come to an agreement over renewal contracts that basically NetEase wanted some extra terms in their contracts that Blizzard was not willing to agree to. Seems like there was some transparency that, like, what I'm trying to remember the exact headline from when we first covered it, but wasn't it like server code or?
Part of the deal was that NetEase, as a Chinese company, wanted like the access to like proprietary like programming code.
Yeah, something to that
Likely so they
effect.
could firewall it like they do everything else out there.
And Blizzard said no, and they hit an impasse, and the entire infrastructure for basically China's equivalent of the Battle Network net support just shut the fuck down. So now they're suing for the damages for 300 million yuan.
You know what's wild is like if they're suing for damages due to like player refunds, dude, Blizzard would owe way more than fucking $45 million.
Yeah, the suit mentions the amount of refunds they had to give to people who paid for subscriptions to services that were no longer available, as well as the breaking of contract terms that they had and whatever they signed that were, whatever there was some obligations that they're implying they had to meet. Yeah, and NetEase is also saying that they provided Blizzard with a large advance to make future titles.
Oh,
and the titles were never finished or released.
Oopsie.
And Blizzard never returned any of the seed money.
Oh, dude, that's super cut and dry if that's true. That's like right on the nose.
They have not commented on that, but that's the other side of the suit. So that's completely different from contractual obligations. That's a whole other and they gave them money. Yeah. In any case, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But at the very least, I suppose, if players were refunded the time that they bought, then the end user doesn't get fucked over in this scenario. So that's encouraging. But yeah, we'll see how this story goes on. Sucks if you're a Blizzard fan in China.
Did you see the other Blizzard news that was earlier in the week?
No.
About the crisis maps?
No.
So basically, one of the devs on, I don't remember what project, doesn't really matter, was like, well, lost another employee because they're forcing return to office, rather, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
And they're like, so get this, we're having to fucking put crisis maps up on whiteboards because so many people are just fucking quitting that, like, I have a fucking whiteboard up of stuff that now cannot ship because too many people have left the project.
Whoa.
And people are quitting and they're walking up to whiteboards and going, well, this thing is gone now because there's not enough people left to work on it.
Damn.
I was a producer of World of Warcraft. Okay.
Holy shit. Okay. Just to force people back into the office.
Yeah.
Cool. Sounds super worth it. Things could have continued to function, or yeah, interesting. Okay. Other stuff going on.
The writers are going on strike again.
Well, that's fine, because I'm sure soon enough we'll be able to just hire some AI to do the job of the writers for them.
Okay, so do you remember the last writer's strike and how everything became terrible for like 5 years?
I mean,
I remember that.
It's how we got reality TV to start
Right.
with.
Okay, so we're going to get a writer's strike, but now they're going to have AI write fucking movies, and it is going to be way worse than last time.
It's happening.
Oh, boy.
But on that note, here's another thing going on right now. Square Enix has announced an AI tech preview. So this is interesting. There's an old game called the Portopia Serial Murder Case.
Mm-hmm.
From like 1983, that was a basically VN, solve the murder, text input, yada yada. The main thing is they were specifying that this game had a command input screen that was actually pretty frustrating, because people had to type out the exact perfect context.
Just like old-fashioned game
needed to be exactly, find the right wording, and there was no direct instruction as to like, well, this word works here, but that word doesn't, and maybe don't close the door, but shut it, and whatever else you had to specifically know. So this is basically a program demo that they've rebuilt the game using, or a portion of it at the very least, using an AI system that allows you to just type natural language, and then it's going to contextually take what you mean to execute whatever you're supposed to be doing in the game, instead of having to fit into the exact language structure that it was programmed with.
Yeah. And that's what it's supposed to do. I have a Steam review for you here.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, I had high hopes, but I literally could not get past the first prompt. I tried being creative and nothing. I even tried typing word for word the options handed to me by the game, and it did not work.
Well, how about that? That is fascinating that is the result. There's a big description on the part where the game also had a feature that would have in context, in world replies to prompts that were not part of the original game necessarily, that would use the AI to generate what should be a natural response given the context for whatever you're asking, but they turned that feature off because there remained a risk of it being unethical. So there is, while that feature did exist, they're making it so that it can't respond to anything that's not necessarily game related. But are we getting feedback that the simple input is not actually working at all?
It fucking doesn't work at all.
Well, that's fascinating.
Like there's a thread that I was reading this morning that went way into depth about how it's just like it just doesn't fucking work. And the game is like a bunch of JPEGs in a visual novel, but it's 10 gigs because they just jammed the entire AI engine into it.
Well, there's a speech to text feature. Did the player of the game attempt to say rife right?
I don't know. Also, the original version of the game on the Famicom actually used the functions like look and investigate, like you choose from a menu. So it just worked. It just worked. You didn't need to do any of this shit.
Yeah. Well, how about that? I guess a drop-down list would have still solved the problem, and there's always that.
Dude, I agree. I forgot to talk about something. Somebody in the chat just mentioned me. Okay, Dead Island 2.
Yeah.
Okay, it keeps telling you over and over and over, dude, do you want to use voice controls with Alexa? Are you sure? We have this massive feature. And like it's multiple times the game stops you and says, why don't you try out the Alexa voice controls? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I know what this is. This game's been in development for so long that these were all Xbox Connect features. But the Xbox Connect no longer fucking exists. So they ported it into fucking Alexa.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I ran into 2 times where the game stopped me to hit me with a splash screen saying, hey man, try out voice controls with Alexa. It's fucking hilarious.
We've already done the legwork. We're not just going to rip it out and do nothing with it. Yeah. Well, better with Kinect. Yeah.
Sure is.
Is it?
No.
For does it see me? Anyway, yeah, it is interesting in the context of old video games where you had to type everything out and that you typed a certain collection of action words with verbs and combined them with certain nouns in a given scene. If you just have the ability to select those from a menu, I don't see a problem. I've seen what the fuck was it called? Is it just called AI Dungeon? There's a game on there's a mobile game that's just a like type in your prompt or type in you're playing a dungeon or something like that, and then like it kind of just improvises a scenario, and like you can kind of just play it out, and it's interesting.
I think I remember that.
I messed around with that for a couple of weeks. I remember just kind of like seeing how it worked, and yeah, you kind of just can essentially DM a personal story to you, you know. And I'm sure that we're gonna see that used in some contexts soon. But in the meantime, at the very least, as far as like retrofitting it onto older game goes, when you take the game that was hard to navigate because of how strict it was back in the day, and then it gets worse, that's not the best advertising for your new feature.
No, it sure isn't. This is their test case. This is like, hey, look how AI can make a game actually way worse.
Well, anyway. What else is going on? We got a couple people saw the physical copy of Star Wars Jedi Survivor had a little warning on the front that said, warning, download required. So the game itself takes up to 155 gigs on PC, and it seems as if to play it, even if you buy it physically, you still have to connect to the internet. And
it's put 150 gigs on a Blu-ray, and we're not going to send you 2 discs. That'd be silly.
Well, so just because we've gotten spoiled in this world of Blu-ray and tons of storage, why not? What's wrong with more than one disc? I kind of fucking hate it because it's the most anti-archival practice ever, where you have games that do have physical copies, but you cannot now ever assure that you can play them in an offline scenario. And it's a single player game. Mm-hmm. I already know that we've gotten used to this for certain online games and yada yada. Like, it's just, there's certain games that'll just never ever be properly archived, and that's all you can do. But if it's a physical single player game and you do have the ability to buy it physically, what the fuck is wrong with just putting more than one disc in? We've done it in the past. We got away from it as storage got larger. But if you're now hitting the point where the storage is no longer exceeding, the capacity is no longer exceeding the amount that is needed for these games, why the fuck can't we go back to just putting a second fucking disc there?
Yeah, by the way, folks are saying, like, wouldn't that double the manufacturing cost? No, dude. The Blu-ray is the cheapest part of everything about the game box. Shipping is the most expensive part. of game retail is freight, is actually getting the discs on a truck. The actual cost of a Blu-ray disc is probably like a penny now.
The last multi-disc game I think I bought was
what the fuck was it?
Lost Odyssey?
Yeah, Lost Odyssey. That had 4 fucking discs.
That was
crazy.
That's probably the last one on the 360. You know, and then after that generation, they just went like, okay, we don't need this anymore. Games are no longer hitting capacity, so we're fine. But we're right back to that place. But now, instead of going for a second disc, we're just like, yeah, force it, internet connection required. Fuck you.
Down.
Yeah. I can't help but always think about things as, okay, but what about in a cabin away from the world in the future, you know? Like what like
well, luckily, Wooly, there will be no cabins away from the world in the future.
There will be no future.
Ah.
Yeah. Bad practice, bad premise being set here. Definitely not the first time, but I hate what I see with this. If I buy something physical, I also just made a move to like get rid of a lot of game cases. I've gotten a bunch of disc holders to like, you know, store games that I don't want to get rid of, but I also don't have the shelf space to fill everything up. So I'm downsizing my physical collection to some degree, but I still want the ability to not have to rely on any fucking connection, you know? Yeah, so that sucks. That sucks. Red Dead 2 was on 2 discs. That's nice. Ragnarok did? Okay.
Yeah. But I don't buy discs.
Still, don't defeat the purpose of creating a physical by doing this half and half bullshit.
But they want to. Nothing would make EA happier than never having to ship another disc ever again.
I mean, they would love it if you couldn't really own the game, just the metadata, you know? Mm-hmm. Every time you booted it, it had to be through a fucking live service, like stream. Sure. Anyway, not great. And yeah, have you seen footage of Unrecord? Have you heard of this game?
I have absolutely seen footage of Unrecord. I showed it to Paige, and she was like, "Yo, what the fuck? Is that real?" And I'm like, "No, it's not real." She's like, "You're full of shit. That's not real." Like, it's the first time I've encountered somebody like the game is so like realistically focused that somebody who is savvy actually gets got by it.
I've saw footage of it before it had a title. Months ago, there was a video that just popped up on Twitter in the game dev threads, and it was just this realistic shooter with no name, and you saw the body cam footage of this first person shooter looked extremely realistic and was just firing outdoors and then indoors. And it was interesting because, like, in that footage, the muzzle flash was so hyper exaggerated that it killed the immersion.
Yeah. It was it's funny because it's this tiny little detail, and you're like, oh, I see it.
And a lot of people were like, okay, you gotta cool it on the muzzle flash, like that's too much, you know. But everything else was really, really fucking stellar. Now more footage of that has come out. The game has a title. It's called Unrecord. And it looks insanely realistic because it's photogrammetry, right? This is tech that is not just a live rendering of an environment with dynamic lighting conditions. It's preset lighting, but it's all based on a real place.
So the thing that gets me the most is the camera. Mm-hmm. Is like, I don't know how the fuck the camera works, because it's correctly emulating the very awkward way that a body cam turns when you turn your arms that's the part that really gets me.
Yeah, it's not the floating arms with the camera at the neck that you usually get. It's actually located at the chest, you know? And it hangs low in the same way you get off of body cam footage. It's if you have a real location that you can one-to-one map with a set lighting configuration, you can get these results. They did it for the vanishing of
Ethan Carter.
Ethan Carter. And that's why that game looked so fucking amazing like 10 years ago. But what you're trading off, of course, is the ability to have anything in the environment be dynamically lit, you know, or have a lighting source really change. As long as the time of day never changes and everything is set the way it is, high noon is high noon, shadows are over there and nothing's moving, you can get a fucking realistic looking, especially on body cam, low quality kind of camera emulated footage thing. And Unrecord looks exactly like that. But people thought it was fake. They thought it was not a real rendering, not a real game. So then some extra footage was put out by the dev who was like, no, here's me no clipping through the world, showing you the geometry and showing you that it's actually a video game. But people saw the viral video of that and kind of were like, this is not even a video game, shut up. Yeah, we're absolutely fast approaching that point. And again, the tech has already been there. It's just pretty difficult to do. There's some limitations, and not everyone is willing to create a real set in real life to then go and painstakingly photograph everything and recreate it digitally.
This feels like a game that was born out of, dude, I have a really cool abandoned building near where I work.
I got a warehouse right over there. Nobody fucking uses it. It's been abandoned for years. We can do some cool shit.
Like this feels like the opportunity, like, very obviously presented itself.
And, you know, if you want to level design something because that's your profession and you're good at level design, too fucking bad. You take what the world gives you, you know. But yeah, if you have access to like an abandoned boat or some rad settings, you know what I mean? Like, you could do some cool shit like this and work with it. Just never change the time of day.
Ever. No, don't do it. It's the environment equivalent of the technological dead end that was the facial capture in L.A. Noire.
Right. Yes. We're hitting Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's if people aren't aware, like in L.A. Noire, like the technological steps they had to take in order to capture their faces were ridiculous. You had to seat the person in a pure white chair in a pure white room. Their hair had to be short, tied up, or shaved, and they couldn't move their head while acting out their lines because they were being photographed by like 400 cameras or some shit. And it was this, wow, these faces are incredible. And then it's like, we can never use this for anything else. This is the most like limited fucking way to capture faces. It's so expensive. It takes forever. You can't move.
They've gotten a lot better now at the limitations of facial capture and performance and such. Obviously, Supermassive is showing that off all the time. Although they do have Supermassive face, you know. Yeah.
Like inventing that technology was supposed to bring that studio like tons of cash by licensing it out. But like, it's fucking useless. It's useless to almost everyone other than people making a fucking 1940s like crime drama.
It's interesting because it's like the tech to make hyper realism, like questionably indistinguishable, uncanny valley annihilating realism, does exist. It's just prohibitively difficult and expensive, and Unrecord is one really dedicated person going hard on that environment and that setting. A team of people doing that with a massive budget. There's like, how many environments can you really, you know, build like that over a given couple of years, and then to combine that with like the type of tech we're talking about facially and shit like that, like it gets so insanely expensive that it becomes impractical. Furthermore, we're happy with shitty old graphics on a bullshit stupid looking game that's fun to play.
And it's like, hey man, what kind of levels are we looking at? And he's like, this is what I have available in my neighborhood. These are the levels available. Well, could you do like a forest? No. I don't have one.
There's also something really interesting about watching footage of Unrecord, because unlike an FPS when you see that body cam angle and you see the hyperrealism of the environment, you're primed to expect something horrible to happen.
Yeah.
Your brain is telling you.
It's the modern perspective of a tragedy.
Exactly. Your brain gets right into the place of like, okay, how's this gonna? Oh wait, it's a video game. You know, so you're gonna have to jump over that hurdle when you're playing a game like that as well, which is just, this is a entirely learned new developmental thing culturally. The body cam angle and the hyper realistic environment just is like, oh god, fuck. All right.
And then you blow away everybody in that warehouse, and then you don't get a good score unless you go up to them and hit P for plant, and then you just get down and just sprinkle a little bit and put the drop gun under this guy, and there you go. You're done. Good score.
Yep.
A+.
Of course, you got, yeah. Anyway, press X to put tape over the cam and play blind, and have the real fun. Yeah.
Can you shoot all 20 dogs in the game?
I think what's probably going to happen, realistically, is I think it's immediately in Call of Duty's interest to probably go down this road hard. They're going to start, if they haven't already, building something that's, gonna hit this type of realism. They've got the budget size and capacity for it, and that's the type of shit that would take over the news, take over the media, take over the, you know what I mean? Like if a Call of Duty game came out where every map looked like Unrecord, and that's just the new level that video games hit, that would be a giant story. That would, yeah, I could see that happening. Now everyone get real uncomfortable as we fucking goose step over that uncanny valley.
Yeah.
Shiny boots held high.
In the background, while you've been talking a little bit, I'm watching one of the cutscenes from L.A. Noire. Fucking unbelievable. This game came out like fucking 15 years ago. It's an Xbox 360 game. And its faces are still better than most games now. And I foresee Unrecord to fall down the same hole. Of like, wow, that game looked wow, woo, no one's going to use that. No one's going to do that.
Unrecord is, as far as we know, an indie game, one developer, right? So it's automatically going to be infinitely smaller in scale. But we'll see. Yeah, by the way, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk has a release date, August 18th.
Hooray!
So mark your calendars.
Huzzah.
It's going down. All right. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter not about foot fucking, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Let it be known I don't actually read these emails. That's up to Wooly.
See, I kind of forgot, but you just hit the callback, and like I'm willing to like skirt the info on what I thought. I thought foot fucking was one thing, but now we're discussing that no, there is a much more literal. Okay,
that conversation feels like it's from last week's podcast.
You know what?
Like that's how far away it feels from here.
Don't stop. You don't need to write it anything about it. Don't worry. I'll ask Reggie tomorrow.
Okay, see? Smart. Somewhere
he just sneezed. All right. Can't even defend yourself. Not even. All right. Here we go. We got one coming in from... if you have a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Calamity says, Dear Willie and Pat, I always get bummed out when a game breaks the fourth wall to acknowledge my existence as the player. It takes me out of the story because, well, I know the game isn't real, so to speak. It tries to put one foot in reality by addressing me, but it doesn't work like that. Video game characters are, in fact, a bunch of art and letters arranged by a dev, but when a character tries to speak to me, I get aware that it's just a dev having fun and being clever, so any stakes or emotions I have invested in the story and characters get dissipated. Excuse me. Have you ever felt this about a fourth wall break? Something that takes you completely out?
Oh, absolutely. But for me, it's a distinction between like a good one and a fucking like awful one that's really heavy-handed. Like I think Undertale does a really, really, really great job.
Yep.
Like just reaching past the screen a little bit, but that's gonna depend to taste. Like some people just have no tolerance for it, and other people are gonna love it on every single time they see it. Like, oh, it's like me. It's like I'm real. Wow.
The fourth wall break, like any other tool and any other story telling medium, can be abused and done horribly and made super corny and awful, or it can be done well in a way that exactly executes and makes the thing better. Undertale is a really great example. I remember back in the day, I loved it when Psycho Mantis said, "Put your controller on the floor," and then Snake nodded, and then he started reading the memory card and talk. Like we all talk about that Psycho Mantis fight as one of the greatest bits of fourth wall breaking in video game history because it was excellently executed and it was a series of tricks back to back to back to sell the idea that this guy was a psychic. Fantastic fourth wall breaking. We don't really go back that much to talk about other. That's the most discussed boss fight in Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
You know, it's all in how you use it, and I think writing them off completely as a method is dumb. Like you gotta separate the bad executions from the good ones.
Totally agree.
And,
you know, people talk about fucking Psycho Mantis doing that shit in Metal Gear Solid 1, but they don't talk about fucking and they talk about MGS2 talking to you, the player, but they don't talk about what Screaming Mantis doing it in MGS4, because in MGS4 it fucking sucks and it's super lame and it's the same thing as from 1.
Yeah, I'm also, so I haven't seen it, but the descriptions I've heard about Star Ocean 3 sound like a fourth wall break occurs. I don't know if it really feels that way in execution.
It's actually a fourth wall break to the characters, but not to you.
Yeah, okay. And that has always sounded like one of the most horrible examples ever.
Oh, it sucks ass.
So, it's just...
They never ran that back. They never fucking ran that back, dude.
Incredible.
We're up to like Star Ocean 6 or something now, and they just never touched on that thing. It's the worst decision I can think you could do with your setting.
Does it not retroactively make Star Ocean 1 and 2 like terrible by
Yes,
association?
It super does. It absolutely fucking does. It's the worst.
Oh, you reached into the past and destroyed your fucking trilogy.
Literally reaching into the past and saying, by the way, this shit, it was fake. It didn't
Shut
happen.
up. Oh, God. All right. Let's see here. We got one coming in from Phoebe who says, "Dear Patron and Woolington, I just finished watching that Mass Effect episode where Wooly took Red Shepard to task for his choice in eyewear. Those Nightwing wannabe shades are one of the best pieces of headgear for a sniper, and the bonus to both weapon and headshot damage. I used to play Infiltrator, and I always wind up using them by the end of the game, despite how they look. So my question is, without the ability to transform or hide your gear, what's your threshold for aesthetics versus effectiveness when customizing?"
Oh, it's delicate, man, and it's like I can't even tell you what the tipping point is, because it's always going to be different. But like, there's always a moment where like I put on the thing, you're like, wow, that's a lot of damage, and I then look at my character and I go, no. Like it's just like in your gut, I'm just like, no, I'm not fucking doing this. No, I look like shit.
I was confronted with this exact problem yesterday when in Street Fighter Demo World Tour, they said, put the hat on for stats. And I said, but I hate the fucking hat.
They force you to wear the hat, too. Like, you can't get out of not wearing the hat.
No, I took it off. And
you
then
can take it off?
You can take you do the mission and then you take it right off. And then Bosch, your rival, who's got the coolest outfit, puts the stupid hat on, and he's like, I need more power. And it's like, you already look good. You're fine without the stupid hat, but the game is telling you right away, oh, this world tour is going to be your dumb monster, creature Kronenberg, also forced to wear the ugliest unmatching gear.
Oh, yeah, dude, it's going to be great. Like why I made my character look like a really close facsimile of me. I think it's the closest I've ever gotten in a character creator. And so I'm wearing the dumb hat, and I'm like, I hate that fucking hat. It looks like I'm wearing that fucking hat. I would not wear that hat. That hat sucks.
I used to be a lot more stubborn about it. Souls games have forced me to accept some degree of, like, okay, fashion matters not 80% of the time, but 70 to 65%
it's funny you
of the
say
time.
That because, like, every Souls game has gotten, like, less strict about the armor. Like, armor is, like, outside of equip load has become like, just wear whatever. It's mostly the same. Just don't get too heavy, or maybe whatever.
In my recent revisits for, in prep for when Reggie was going through them, I was really just like, man, okay, I'll take the piece I like and mix and match a little bit to make a thing I want, and then I'll have to settle for these arms, these legs, yada yada, And also, I mean, when I first fucking played Monster Hunter, I also was like, I don't care, I'm just want to dress up. And then it was like, oh god, no, you have to pay attention to this at least somewhat, dude. And I'm like, if you don't want to give me transmog, then it's gonna matter to me. I'm gonna fight it, but I want fashion to matter for like 75% of what I'm wearing.
Yeah, so like when I was playing Elden Ring, there was like a period in which I'm like, I'm going to wear the Liurnian, the Carrion Knight chest piece, the one you get from the Carrion Academy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna mix and match whatever the fuck I have to mix and match on my head, arms, and feet.
Yes.
So that the equip load fucking works out that I'm wearing this chest piece. And then I got Blythe's coat. And then that became the new thing. Like, I don't care what I have to do on the other pieces. Yeah. I'm wearing Blythe's fucking coat for as long as I can. Fucking great.
Yep.
Cool coat.
I mean, you saw I rocked my Barbarian Punch Mage, look for most of that game. Occasionally switching just for the fuck of it. But like, a lot of people complained a whole lot about being sick of staring at my shit because they didn't want to see it, and I'm like, and I don't give a fuck. This is what I enjoy the most about these games. I love how cool my fucking character looked, and it's going to, when I hit a wall, I'm gonna take a look and go, how do I adjust? But I want to continue enjoying that, Also, a lot of this goes the fuck out the window if it's a first-person shooter or a first-person game where I can't see myself, because who the fuck cares, right?
I care what the gun looks like, because I could fucking see the gun.
All right. Here's one coming in from Kyle, who says, "Dear Dad Bod and Woolly Mad Bod,
I'm the Dad Bod. It's me."
With Dead Island 2 releasing to surprisingly positive reviews despite being announced a decade ago, I want to know, in your personal examples, what's a game that had a distressingly long dev cycle but actually ended up being enjoyable as a final product? So the infamous examples we all know are either the ones that are not out yet, shout out Skull and Bones and Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Those are gonna be great.
I'm hoping Metroid Prime 4 is awesome. I'm fingers crossed. But like, what are the longest ones that actually turned out great?
FF7 Remake was in dev for a long time.
It was, but understandably so, right?
It's and they restarted it, and it still came out excellent.
You know what? L.A. Noire.
L.A. Noire was it was
7 years.
Mm-hmm.
that game was in development for a really fucking long time at Rockstar, but it came out great.
Resident Evil 4 Remake was in dev for a really, really, really fucking long time, and it also got restarted. And that came out fucking great. Capcom restarts a lot of games. Like a lot.
It's not always for the worst, man. You know? Yeah.
I think RE4 original is probably the most like ridiculous. They got restarted 4 fucking times.
It was super worth it that The Last Guardian took 8 years to come out.
I didn't even fucking like get halfway through. I was like it.
Trico, man. Trico. Yeah. The answer is most of them turn out for the worst, but
Most. Yeah.
there's a couple. And one last one here from Anne, who says, Dear Pat, Fu, and Wooly Bending, ever since it was first mentioned on CSB, I had a growing urge to get involved in the wonderful world of kites. As summer months approach, my mind keeps wandering to the dreams of flying those beautiful paper beasts in the sky. But help, where does one start exactly? There are so many shapes and sizes. How does one get into kiting games? A quick beginner's guide or some starters tips would be very much appreciated so that I too can start my inevitable journey towards being lost at sea. See you in the skies. From N. Well,
when it's thundering outside, you give your fucking kid a kite and a fucking goddamn key, and you say, "Fuck you, little Ben Franklin Jr. Get the fuck out there and don't die from lightning. Best of luck."
And when he doesn't, you take all the credit.
Every credit. That is one of the craziest American stories of all time. That it was Ben Franklin Jr. that got sent out by his dad because Ben was not willing to fucking risk it with the lightning. And then when the lightning didn't kill Ben Franklin Jr., Ben Franklin's like, I fucking discovered electricity.
Ran out there and just like, yeah, look what I did. You made this, I made this.
Oh my God.
Truly a good dad. Look, I, like you and like everyone, had no idea what to get into or how or what. I just jumped on Amazon, searched for kites, bought one, found a field on a windy day, threw that sumbitch up, and the rest was history. It's really,
you know what happened? Kite users are drawn to each other by some form of fate.
Yes, exactly. No, the crazy ass like parasail type shit, we did get lucky finding our kite fucking Jesus walking through to teach us. But on a real level, I bought one and I walked out to an empty windy field and I just did it. Like, just buy one and go. There's no getting into. There's no steps. Just go do it.
Just do it, man. Just do it.
The wind will show you the way. Also, don't do it where fucking people are walking by and you can slam it into them and shit. That's rude.
Or during a thunderstorm. Obviously, don't do that.
Also,
that story may not be real, so yeah. Be careful.
If you could stand behind the trees in a clearing instead of ahead of them, because the wind blocking can be a problem. So that's another piece of tech I learned. But in general, find a field, throw it up, and feel and let the spirits guide you. Wind. Okay? All right. There you go, folks.
Lily is just Talum again. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, but this time she grabs you and does a giant fucking T-Hawk 720.
Yeah, no, it's better this time, but still, it's bizarre how similar it is.
It's just why'd they have to show us what Lily Hawk was going to be? She was gonna be like 10 or 15 years or older, and like had actually like a fucking body and was like a grappler.
There needs to be a zany kid character on the roster.
Yeah, and we already have Marissa. I know.
Yeah.
I know. All right. There you go, folks. Enjoy your fucking 4 hour, 40 minutes bite size. Cut it up every day for the next week. We'll be back next time.
Have a good week, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.